Forcing me to watch Sush? Yeah. I took it very negatively. JK was his fair assessment. So, I'm sorry, you're the last guy, so kind of have to rush it a bit because the Phage stuff starts in 4 minutes. Fire Emblem Heroes. Hey, Andrew. I clearly have 2 types of viewers. I know. You wanna know the sad part? A long time ago, people used to like, whenever I streamed anything but Fire Emblem Heroes, they would get upset at me. But to be honest, people do that for Nikkei too. Like, people are like, why aren't you streaming Nikkei? I've heard that before as well, so. It's all the same to me. It's toxic to tell your streamer what to stream. Like, to do stuff like that. Like, you don't have to support your streamer on everything, I get that, but you shouldn't be doing that. That always reminds me of the story that I heard from someone who has since blown up. How her community only wanted her to stream Azure Lane even though it was leading her to go nowhere. Okay, we're ready to go. Stream the Nikkei login stream for 7 hours or I leave. Isn't the Korean guy doing that? The Korean guy always does that. I swear his stream was just a bot stream. There's still that CN guy who's just AFK farming. I thought he was Korean. Would like to see you do dailies for all your gacha games. It would be pretty funny to do a gacha game stream where I just do all my dailies and time how long it takes. I think that'd be pretty good. It'd be bad content, but it'd be content nonetheless. What is this song? Stop trying to make me play weird songs, guys. Okay, we're ready to start the face stream. Did I play Mono's song yet? I'm gonna assume I played his song because he stopped complaining. This song sucks. Why'd you post the song? I'm skipping this song. I hate this song. What? You can't torture me. Oh, I know the song. I love this game. Alright, let's do this. This year, dailies on stream. I think it's boring. I try to do dailies off stream or while doing just chatting. Did you guys know King Charles visited Canada and gave a massive speech? It was so awesome. King Charles delivers historic throne speech. That's our king. Though I think if you're not Canadian, it would be kind of weird to hear people like still enjoy kings and queens and royalty. But yeah, that was pretty cool. All right, we started the face stream. Let's do this. Also, I want to be clear. If I wasn't a gacha streamer, the kind of content I want to make is this. I want to buy a van and live in it as I drive across the country and make this make these chill IRL videos of just living life. And I would do it differently though, because I think if you just do that much, you'd just be the same as everyone else. I would differentiate myself with occasional kidnapping, a little bit of murdering, but I'll put that kind of stuff on like Patreon or something, you know. But yeah, I really enjoy these videos. They're so nice. The ASMR, they're just chilling. I don't know, they're so addictive. I don't know why I keep watching them. Yeah, the invisible car campers. I love that stuff. Oh shoot, we're on YouTube now, right? So let's get this started. Oh, your parents do it? I didn't know they were YouTubers. We have a king now. We've had a king for... Isn't it been 2 years or something? That's super cool, though. Your parents are cooler than you are. Alright, guys, we're about to start. Teresa, I'm not gonna warn you anymore if you keep doing this. Sorry, guys. I gotta mute Teresa, or she's gonna go crazy again. Alright, well. I've tried warning her, she kinda just doesn't listen, so. Yogurt, what the hell are you doing? Are you rejoining us or not? You have like no time remaining. I don't even know if you can make it anymore. My guy, if you don't rejoin before reset, you're stranded. Hey, it's alright, we're gonna start. Union raid is tomorrow at reset, so you have less than 24 hours. Alright, whatever, just figure this out. Join us or don't, but figure this out. We're all waiting. Okay, let's do this. I can't put it at 69%, so we're gonna have slightly off audio. Here we go. It is time for Emblem, Legendary, Mythic, any combination of heroes, and it's legendary. Oh wait, that's the Black Knight. That's his theme. That's the Black Knight.
A legendary hero. Me.
Oh my.
What sort of legacy could I have left?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go. Oh my, holy crap. Oh, why am I excited? I have another announcement to make. I'm quitting Fire Emblem Heroes. Just kidding. I was going to quit. Now I'm not quitting.
Me.
His VA, guys. Robert Clotworthy is one of my favorite VAs in English video games of all time. You might know him from StarCraft. He played Jim Raynor, the main character. His VA is so good. Oh, jeez. What a legendary VA. And Kita Senri is back. Did you guys know Black Knight saw a massive gain in terms of rankings in the last year? Okay, someone mute Sugma. He's obviously bugging out. Nobody cares about Sonic Kill or Sonic-y. Black Knight, let's go.
What sort of legacy could I have left?
I really hope he wins Choose Your Legend soon.
When I saw the trailer.
I know. DSA, welcome back. DSA is a big lover of the Black Knight. Look at all these new skills, guys. Counterfighter. Reduces damage from foes attacks and counters with intense Luna. Wait, hold on. Hasn't Luna always been intense? I'm gonna say it right now. I think they should have called it Eclipse. Because in the video game, in Path of Dragon, oh my gosh. It's a Bruce Lee film now. Path of the Dragon. In Path of Radiance, that's what it's called. So it would have been nice for them to finally like give a nod to that translation. Can also grant allies with the power of imbue, whatever that means. We'll read it properly after this. It was always intense because you shred their defense and he just one-shots them. Wait. Did they skip some stuff? So Igrin clearly hit him and AoE'd him, so he's at 1 HP. Imbue! Oh, okay, that's what Imbue is. We finally have lore-accurate Black Knight. Let's go! Holy shit, why am I excited? I'm so done with this game. What? You bastards, let me quit in peace. This is lore-accurate Black Knight. This is why he's a pain in the ass. Because if you don't kill him, he kicks your ass. But he's so hard to kill. So you're seeing in action. Black Knight heals, and then Black Knight smashes you with Eclipse. Well, in this case, is it really called Intense Luna? Whatever, let's see. Nah. Come on, at least put a bit of drama in it. Let Igrin do like 18 more damage. Come on.
Say your prayers.
Pitch Dark Luna. Oh my god! I know we're so off topic tonight. Let me show you guys. Oh my god, that twirl! The Black Knight crit. Why is he using a javelin? Why is he using a javelin? There it is. Where's the crit? Just give me the damn crit. Wait, it has to have Eclipse, right? Oh my god, there's so many animations. Oh, that range. The resolution's so low. Is that Void? No, it's not. Oh my gosh. How many animations did he have? All right, no, but that is actually his actual animation. I'm just too lazy to find it. Is it the first one? I give up. Whatever, just take my word for it. He does twirl his sword. Okay, anyways. He does twirl his sword. It's super awesome. I'm so glad it's back. 173! What the hell? Hey, I know I complain a lot about power creep and seeing meta units get destroyed, but there's one meta unit that I 100% happy to see get destroyed. And we're about to see it.
I'll touch you down.
He even has Gust. 0 of Gust.
My lord.
Oh my god, slap the shit out of Felix. Let's go. No way. No way. No. There ain't no way. Celica has resonance, doesn't he? Or what was it? It's resonance, right? What? There's no way. No, Black Knight's supposed to have like no res.
I'll protect you.
No way. No way. No way. There ain't no way. No! You can't convince me that's alright. You cannot convince me that's alright. That was War of Ragnarok with precedence. Hey, I get it. She's been out for a year, but like, that's disrespectful.
Let us settle this.
Oh my gosh. That twirl's so legendary. Alright, I'm gonna let it all go because I'm biased as heck here. I love the Black Knight. In fact, when I went to Anime North last weekend, I dined with BK every single day and I only ate BK. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad he's back. Sexy's back. Also Reddit. Oh shit, Reddit. Whoa shit! Red is hot, guys. Red is blazing hot. You might even say it's radiating. Oh god. I'm sorry. I think this is a must pull. I'm, to be clear, very, very, very biased, but I think it's a must pull. The red heroes are all just amazing. Black Knight, Erica, and Snake Girl. Okay. Enough said. I'm so down for this. I don't have Emblem Erica. Would you say it's an interesting maneuver? Ah, I see what you did there. It is. Guys, when was the last time I was this excited? Actually, I can remember when last time I was this excited. Emblem Lin. I was this excited for Emblem Lin. Ugh. Occasionally, I get caught off guard like this, where I see a hero that is so good and so broken that normally I would argue about it, but because I'm so bloody biased, I let it all go. I am such a fan of the Black Knight. The Black Knight is one of my favorite villain characters. Oh, hold on. He's not a villain. There's a big distinction between villains and antagonists. He is an antagonist, but he's not a villain. It's just his idea of justice and righteousness is different from ours. He's always been that kind of character that I enjoy the most in Fire Emblem. Most Fire Emblem games have, oh, this is clearly the bad guy, and you're like, oh, okay, well, then you don't care. The Black Knight is much more complicated than that. He's a character that as you play through the game, you learn more and more about, and yet you know less and less about, if that makes sense. Because with every piece that you uncover, you want to know more. He is such an interesting character, and I'm glad he's making his comeback. I have not felt so good about a character since the start of the year. Still, I'm so hyped, guys. Sorry, you guys don't get a vote today. This is a 5 out of 5, and you can't tell me otherwise. This is a must pull. He's amazing. And I think once we break him down formally, we'll see why he's so good. But the fact of the matter is, I see no issues with this character. If he can take a Resonance 4 Erica shot with Warp Ragnarok and shrug it off to 0 damage, that's amazing. If he can take Igrin, dual Igrin shot, AoE shot, drop down 1 HP and just tank that shit with Imbue, I mean, he took 0 anyways. This is amazing. He's a god. But that's fitting, because he is a god. And I hope with this, the next Chooser Legends, he wins it. That's what I believe in. But yeah, that's the Black Knight. We'll break down the skills afterwards. With the guys and whatnot, but oh boy. I'm so for it. I'm so for this. Come on. Hey, do you guys think those should be the best-selling banner of the year? I think there's a chance. I think there's a real chance it's going to be the best-selling banner of the year. I know we still have like half the year to go. More than half the year, actually. We're not in June yet. But I think it has a chance. I think it's that good. Red is that strong. Black Knight's that hype. But anyways, let's break it down so we can stop talking our butts. I'm talking off of pure hype and momentum right now, so. Anyways. You guys think... No. Guys, Boulder's overhyped, and she's a very empty character. She doesn't deserve... Oh, okay. Well, people are going to argue that. People technically voted for her, but like... I hope everyone realizes Boulder, like, won Chooser Legends off of doing nothing. She's just a hot girl. She didn't do anything at the time, and she won Chooser Legends, so I just want to point that out. Every vote is as legitimate as the rest. I get that, and your feelings are all valid, but it's super whack that she just won off of doing nothing. I only brought up Boulder because someone else brought up Boulder. I don't really care that much, but I'm still gonna bring that stuff up because those are legitimate feelings. I'm not the only one who feels that way. Come on. Yeah, I really hope next year's BK's here. Hey, Alm. What's up, dude? Okay, guys, let's take a quick look at the kit. I'm gonna be frank, I don't care what the kit is, because I'm gonna pull on this regardless of the kit. I don't care. But let's break down the kit anyways, because we know it's gonna be amazing. Final Sword. Wait a second.
First meta-defining freebie, and now he's legendary. It's
yes.
come full circle.
Full circle. All this time later is full circle. Goddamn. Guys, it's called Final Sword. It's not even a Londite anymore. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. That's clearly a Londite. Wait. I'm gonna double check. Yeah. It's still the Goddess's sword. Okay. Slaying, of course. At start of player phase or enemy phase, if unit's HP is 25% above, grants attack defense plus 6 imbue and reflex to unit, and allies in 2 spaces of unit for 1 turn. That's just standard for current generation gear.
Legendary Sanaki would have wielded Final Alondite and Ragno Mimsai.
Okay. Maybe it's Alondite imbued with Makai's magic. There's clearly more lore here than there is normally, which is cool. I'm all for it. By the way, guys, that buffing is insane. Imbue and reflex. We already saw why it's so good. Imbue reduces the effect of deep wounds on unit by 50% during combat and restores 40% of units max HP. No way. Imbue is broken. Guys, Imbue is broken. That is busted. That's Breath of Life 4 as a status. Exactly, Jimo got it. And because he's a saber unit and you're going to be crowded around him, everyone's just going to get Imbue all the time. It's ridiculously good. Insane. Why didn't they just say Breath of Life? Reflex. Reduces damage from foes' first attack by 7 during combat. That's so useful. You add Imbue and Reflex together, he's basically unkillable. Well, I'm sure they'll power creep eventually and he will be killable, but that's such a good combo. Not just for him, but all his allies too. And unit's next attack deals damage equals total damage reduced from foes. What the heck? What does that have to do with reflexes? I'm not so sure about the title being accurate, but like, that's insane combo, guys. You reduce the damage and then you reflect the damage. With Imbue, oh god, everyone just got scary. Counterattacks via Black Knight, terrifying. Alright, if finishes combat or unit's HP is 25% above at start of combat, grants attack plus X to unit, inflicts attack minus X on foe, X equals 20% of unit's defense at start of combat, plus 6, unit deals plus Y damage, including AoE specials, reduces damage from foes' attacks by Y, reduces damage from foes' specials by Y, if foes' HP is 70% or higher at start of combat, Y equals 16, otherwise Y equals 10. This X and Y stuff, that still triggers me. And neutralizes deep wounds during combat. Wait a second. He already has half deep wounds, but if you that's so extra, guys. He doesn't care about deep wounds at all. He already barely cares about it, but thanks to the sword he doesn't care about it at all. During combat, also when units special triggers and tries foes reduce damage by X% skills. Makes sense. So that is clearly meant to be used in conjunction with Pitch Dark Luna, and of course it is, because why would they not keep that? It is still 80% shredding of... Oh, wait, no, it's not shredding. When special triggers, boost damage by 8% of greater of foe's speed or defense. Oh, that's interesting. They changed it. Never mind. Neutralize effects that prevent units counterattacks. Oh, why is Null C there? It reduces damage from attacks by X% during combat. X equals 50 minus current special cooldown count value times 10. But if units special trigger during this combat, X equals 50. Wow. Why is it Null C and survivability put together? And also, if units defense over foes defense plus 5, disables units and foe skills that change attack power during combat. He doesn't care about Vange either. Wow.
So they renamed Alondite to Final Sword, but they couldn't call him my Ragno Radiant Blade. Also, they couldn't call
they should call it Radiant Blade.
Well,
also, I mentioned that. If you're gonna call Pitch Dark Luna, just call Eclipse. What are you doing at this point? This is just... Do you guys know people double down on being wrong? I'm sure you see it all the time in life. IS is doubling down on refusing to use Eclipse. Pitch Dark Luna should just be Eclipse. Because what is a Pitch Dark Luna? Oh, that's right. It's an Eclipse. It's literally an Eclipse. They're doing everything they can to say anything but Eclipse at this point. Well, thanks, IS. Makes sense to me. They don't seem to care about being right. Anyways, this is an AD form. Nice. You can counterattack regardless of foe's range, and it will just be the AD version, but with form instead of solo. If units within 3 spaces in ally grants bonus to units attack defense during combat. Ooh. Because number of allies in 3 spaces of unit times 3, maximum 9. So yeah. Oh, also, if triggers savior, values treat as 9. So perfect conjunction of the AD Brer F save. Now, what is Counterfighter? If finishes combat or if unit's HP is 25% above at start of combat, it lets attack minus 5 on foe, deals damage equals 50% of unit's attack, and reduces damage from foes' attacks by 50% of units attack during combat, and restores 7 HP to unit when unit deals damage to foe during combat. And also, if unit can trigger unit special, grant special cooldown count -2 unit before foe's first attack during combat. Oh, it's just instant Pitch Dark Lunas. I'm just gonna stop saying that. Pitch Dark Luna's stupid. Just call it Clips. It's instant Clipses, guys. It's a great combo. So here's the thing I don't understand. He gets a lot of attack and defense. I get that much. But how is he surviving versus Warp Ragnarok? More specifically, how is he only taking 1 damage on Warp Ragnarok? That... I need to see his stats. Sorry, he's taking 0 damage on Warp Ragnarok. My mistake. Like, I can understand Felix doing nothing. With everything that we've read, I can understand that. So Felix is supposed to target lower defense or res, right? So he has to have high res to take 0 there. That's a big slap in the face. Damage reflection after all. I know the conjunction of skills represents a lot of damage reduction, guys. It's just the fact he's taking 0. That's what's getting to me. How does he take 0? Like, I would imagine, unless he has very high base res, he should take at least something. But, like, he's not gonna die. I get that. Oh, 257! What the shit? Alright. Just put whatever numbers you want now. Just fill it in with whatever you want. Alright, take care, Rofi. He's getting 32 flat DR from weapon alone. Yeah, I know, but he's still taking 0. It's kind of unbelievable. So this might be the first Black Knight with res, is what I'm trying to say. It'll be interesting to see if this Black Knight... what this Black Knight's speed and res is what I'll say. So that's what I'm looking forward to. As for the banner, guys, red is a must pull. That's triple S. That's as... Does anyone disagree? That's as high value for red as possible. There's an Emblem hero, there's a meta savior hero, or just meta period hero. Snake Girl is better than... I mean, I still get my butt beat by her, so, you know. And then Black Knight, the hype factor, the release... the hype factor, the feels, the vibes, it's all there. Not to mention he's a badass. Oh, sorry. Also, he's going to be meta, clearly. Come on. So, red is SSS tier. Blue is okay, not great. Green is okay, not great. Maybe above average. Colorless is good enough. Okay, red carries this banner by far. I'll say the rest of it is slightly above average to average. How about that? Maybe I'm just being biased again. How excited are you for Dark Knight must pull? I'm scared. Wow, this is truly a rating. All right, let's get the guys in here if they're even alive. I'm gonna presume they're dead. Okay, well, I think that's it then. Oh shit. Is this real? Oh shit. The final used in a JP trailer means the final stop. End of the line. This is the Black Knight's peak. Oh, this is perfect Black Knight. There really is a meta reason for all this, isn't there? Alright, I'm gonna assume these guys aren't coming in. Alright, I think that's it then. God damn. I'm pretty excited about this. Sorry, let me catch him on the chat real quick. Alright, catching him on the chat. Let's see what you guys are saying. Black Knight. I'm glad I missed that because I was spoiled it. Base choice, time to catch some Z's. Alright, so thick. Yeah, it's... I might plus 10 this guy. If you plus 10 this guy, it's worth. I think it's worth. If you plus 10 him, he'll just kick most things' asses, you know? DSA even came back for this. What about Sonaki LL? What about Sonaki? Who cares? Yeah, you just die against him. It was called Luna in POR, but Eclipse and Radiant Dawn. Did I actually get that wrong? I just remember it as Eclipse. Okay, I might have gotten it wrong. It's been a while, guys. Come on. Took them long enough? Yeah. Will you survive? That's his most bludgeoning saying. I was just shocked to hear the Black Knight would get a bludgeoning ult. I know. I'm glad it finally happened. His sexy crit animation, yeah. As a Radiant Dawn enjoyer, where's his 5-swing combo? That's also true. We're missing the 5-swing combo. But the twirl is legendary. Did you check his Papa Radiance animations? We played it briefly. I didn't want to like distract from this. We were doing it live. Lore accurate Bear King. Yeah, it's lore accurate. His armor is blessed by the gods. It checks out. But everybody's like a badass at this point. Like that Felix he just took 0 damage from. This Celica he's taking 0 damage from. They're all like badass characters at the peak form, and he's just slapping them around and taking no damage. So I get like his armor is blessed by the goddess, but like what does Celica count as an Emblem hero, for example? What does that Felix count as, right? Like, you know what I mean? Color Advantage is working perfectly. Imagine double BK with both saves. What does one do? Oh yeah, he would be perfect for double savior, or as a savior for to run 2 versions of as a close and far save. He would definitely work for that. That's what people did after Black Knight started falling off the meta. People switch him to close save. Could you check his Path of Radiance animations? Because that's where I vividly remember the sword twirl. Yeah, I remember the sword twirl as well. He's an adversary, not a villain. Yeah, he's not a villain. I think people always look at it as everybody that's against the main characters as a villain, but that's not true. Sometimes the main character is the villain. Okay, am I caught up? You basically have to put him close, which isn't the easiest fight at all. Yeah. I would love him to win COL, me too. Black Knight skip, what the? Okay, some people are stupid. Alright, I think I'm caught up. The most hype bludgeoning of the year, and hi by the way, I hope BK's banner does well because it's pretty good. I hope this banner does well too. I wouldn't spend money on it, but I hope it does well. Thank you, Crispy, for the follow. Welcome. Am I reflex because it reflects? But you guys gotta stop this. No, reflex has nothing to do with reflect. English isn't even my first language, and I know this. Reflex, an action that is performed as a response to a stimulus and without conscious thought. A thing which is determined by and reproduces essential features or qualities of something else.
Best friend, fell spirit, reflex, and dodge.
We are here.
Dude, I was about to leave.
That's crazy.
Well, I'm glad we got
I was
here
just about to
just in
leave.
time then. Sorry about that.
That's bad to me.
Is there a reason why you guys didn't say anything?
I'll be honest, I
reacting
wasn't
in
even sure if I was
separate
coming.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, I didn't know you were unsure about that. Sorry.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
now we're arguing semantics, and it's not semantics. A reflex does not mean you're reflecting, guys. It's not the same word. Could a reflection be a part of a reflex? Sure, but it's not
A
101.
chat discussion about semantics. I love it.
Yeah, I get what people are trying to say, but like, the translation in this game's awful. Come on, you guys should know this by now.
Well, yes, that is consistent, if nothing else.
Why are we getting armors of Null C now? I don't know. And it's frankly
Because Null
broken.
C is extremely meta, yeah, and broken in a lot of
It
cases.
The number one thing that makes an armor good. Without it, armors tend to do pretty poorly.
All
Or
right.
at the very least have a really big sort of flaw, weakness.
Okay, let's start this. Is this... We have to start here. Is this the hypest banner of the year?
It is really,
It's up there.
really hype.
It's up there for
Yeah,
me.
it was funny.
I was just the hypest
Legion
legendary
was prepared
banner.
to not care.
Hypest
Really?
legendary banner and
That would have been free.
Time.
It would have been free for
Yes,
hypest legendary
yes,
banner.
Absolutely.
But if you talk about hypest banner, I think it's right up there. I think it can win that. I
It
know
is.
there's over half the
Yeah.
year left, just over half the year, but I think he has a chance of winning it.
Yeah.
I agree. I say very unbiased.
And I want to say this, because of his timing, the Black Knight now has a legitimate chance of winning Chooser Legend. It's not so far away that people forget about him, but it's not so close people are like, we already got a really good version of him. I think it's just perfect.
That
Well,
is
it's
true.
literally halfway through the year. It's literally just perfect.
Yeah.
And people don't remember this, so I bring this up. He's been rising in rankings.
Yeah, he's gone up quite a bit, so I'm happy about that.
But yeah, did you see this coming?
No.
No, not at all. I mean, I could see it coming someday, like getting a Zelgius or Black Knight, but I thought that day would be years in the future.
Yeah, I
Me
thought
too.
it would be
I
years
always
ago.
Yeah, I didn't think it was anytime soon.
Or, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna
I
quickly show you guys.
genuinely- I genuinely thought going into this that there was no way they could get me interested in a legendary banner ever again. So why
That's
would
what
I care?
Legion kept saying. When he was like, you can just tell me the name of it. I doubt I'll be interested in it. So just,
That was wrong.
Okay, number one, this is the fifth Black Knight we're getting, if you count the Zelgiuses, and if someone just got spoiled by Zelgius, I'm sorry, this game never hit this, so
Not even close.
Can't even blame me.
You're two.
Literally since
or
2018.
Year one, actually.
okay.
Or,
So,
yeah, year two.
so I'm gonna go through his rankings real quick. In the first Chooser Legends, he was 54 for 5.3k votes. Second Chooser Legends, sorry, this is still first. For those who forgot, they used to split all the votes by game and because he's technically two characters, sort of, kind of. So in total, in year one, he actually had like over 10,000 votes, but he was split 3 times. Okay, sure. Oh shit, did I say 3 times? 4 times? Because it was double Zelgius and double Black Knight.
Separated both twice. It's so funny.
Oh, that's so mean.
I've never seen a character... Oh, that's not true. The only character that's worse off is Anna. There's no one
Yes,
worse off.
true. Yeah, that's the one other character.
All right.
This bad.
In round 2, he dropped. I think it's because in the first 2 years, we got a free version of him, and he was already really good, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
In round 3, he started making a comeback because they combined votes. He's now 32nd, but they didn't combine Black Knight with Zelgius, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh man, you know, if he gets 12k votes in the next Chooser Legends, he actually wins. Just saying, guys.
Absolutely, hands down.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
All right, and Chooser Legends round 4, slight drop off. Wow, Zelgius really dropped off. I think because we got him to be released at that time.
Yeah, I think so.
Round 5, 39 for 3,000 votes and 60 place for Zelgius. Okay, I forgot when Christmas Black Knight got released, so that is a factor. But also because
This was. Ooh, that's
you
a
guys
good
also
question.
got to remember the launch of games also affects rankings. So like when 3 Houses launched, everyone started voting 3 Houses, for example.
Yep.
All right, round 6, 24 for 3.5
2 or 1 maybe?
and 61st. All right, we're getting close to where we are currently, and you're going to see it, guys. Here's the ramp up. So Chooser Legends round 6, 24 for 3.5k votes. COL 7, 15th place, 5.3k votes. Chooser Legends round 8, 15th place again, 5k votes. And then Chooser Legends round 9, 13th place, 5.2k votes. So he's been inching higher and higher. And
Mind,
I
that's
think...
13th overall, not 13th in males.
Sorry, yes, it's 13th overall. My mistake. I forgot to mention that. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
So he
Winter
is
Black
top
Knight
10
was-
males.
He was just before CYL 7, so that was his debut.
Are
Yeah.
you kidding?
so I
People
think it was-
check up the horse as well.
The horse. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I hate
Okay.
that sidebar. of
Yeah, the
anime.
sidebar. Those aren't even this wiki.
Okay. So in terms of male rankings, this is where he ended
It's
up.
alphabetical.
Oh,
This is interim results.
whoopsies. He is top 10. Let's find him. God damn it. What? There it is. Final results. There it is. Okay. And here he is. So you guys can see he was top 10 in the male division. So with this, I think there's a chance. Not to mention, I think all characters that have enough historical votes and consistent votes have a chance because there's a base that just
he's
keeps
been
doing
pretty
it.
consistent.
And that base probably doesn't go all in on Black Knight, to be honest. So if people believe, and if people double down and spend all their votes on Black Knight, I think it's a real chance of winning, especially with the hype factor now. Because I'm gonna be honest,
Exactly.
this year has been pretty. I mean, we saw the banner results, so it's not even me being a hater or anything. It's been
a lot
iffy.
of people were like,
It's
yeah,
not my
I guess.
favorite. I'm glad male Byleth got it. Exclusively the male side. Glad male Byleth got in. And I understand why Ichthonir won. I wanted Sigurd to win.
Right. So I'm gonna say this much:
Sigurd and Black Knight next, so?
I don't know when the next Fire Emblem game is gonna come, and I'll be frank. Does anyone know how long ago Engage is now? You're gonna feel really old once you realize this.
It was January of, what, 2023?
22.
2023, right?
2023,
Is
yeah.
it 2022 or 2023? I'm actually now mixed up.
I think it was 23. Because
Okay.
it can't have been more than 2.5 years ago
All
now.
promotional stuff happened in 2022, but it released in January.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. It was multiple years, which is very clear cut. So, the reason why I bring that up is because I thought by now we would have another Fire Emblem game, especially because Engage didn't do that well. I thought they would just quickly move on and release whatever they were working on.
One would hope.
Clearly they're not, because internally they probably knew the Switch 2 is coming, which, by the way, the Switch 2 is almost here, guys. Like, a week? A week-ish?
Yeah, that's so
Oh my.
close.
Yeah. I can't even
I'm
pre-order
signed up
one.
for the pre-orders,
I've been
but,
trying.
Yep, same here.
Yeah.
Oh, 2022 was 3 hopes. Thank you, Enderun. Yes.
That's right, yeah.
It's easy I'll be honest, ever since COVID, time's just been a mishmash. So anyways. Okay, so why am I bringing that up? Because, as it stands, I think Formortis is dropping. Let's be clear-cut here.
Maybe.
It's very possible.
I
yeah.
think he would have more
Surprise.
votes than Formortis. There you go.
That I can agree with. For Mortis, now that he has his winter alt and it's no longer the wait, we can vote for Mortis, I think that'll probably hurt him a bit.
So, what I'm trying to say is, I think Sigurd and Black Knight could very much be the winners if all things remain as is, which is saying no new Fire Emblem game. I think that's a realistic result for male
Or
division.
no jump scare Sigurd in November, sort of thing.
Well, I think Sigurd's winning anyways, so it doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Sigurd, yeah.
So the reason why I bring all this up is because there's no character with the hype factor of Black Knight on the male side, anyways. At this point, it would.
I'd say so, yeah.
I can't even fathom who, because if you go through the top 20, there's nobody that fits that line. So, I think this is it, guys.
Legitimately, me personally, I think I'd be more hyped to see for Morty somehow manage to win, but Black Knight as an overall character, I think would be the sickest.
All right. Anyways, you got to remember the timings, and I think Black Knight's at the perfect timing. But with all that said, I'm hyper excited they picked the Black Knight as the legendary hero. It's long overdue, long deserved, and we'll break down the details of that as well. And we have something to look forward to in the future, which is he has a chance, a real chance of winning Choose Your Legends.
That's right. I rallied some people for him, so I'm happy I did a little bit of my part last time.
If Sylvain makes it in, it'll be all pure memes, guys. It will not be through hype.
That would be something. Yeah.
I do not
He
want
does
Sylvain.
score high up. Brave Sylvain. That would be... Well, at least you could get the Lance of Ruin, finally.
That part would be nice. I want Sylvain to get treated better, just I don't need him to get it through his CYLL.
That's true.
Mad
It would
Eye,
just
thank you
be
for becoming a
problems.
sponsor.
That'd be
Oh my god, thank you so much. We have like
Hey.
none on
Oh, nice.
YouTube. Appreciate it.
How kind.
Okay. Now, let's briefly go over why this is so cool. I'm going to tell you right now, I love when Fire Emblem Heroes does this. I love when IS does this. This is the final version of Black Knight.
Yes,
Yep.
that's right.
If he could have gotten to this point, because I don't think this is the actual. If this Black Knight fought Ike, I'm sure Ike is dead. I'll just say that much.
Yes, it makes me feel like he might just be like a dead, sort of reincarnated spirit or something.
This is definitely dead Black Knight.
Okay,
Yeah,
this has to be
that's
dead
my
Black Knight
thought
because I'm gonna be frank. If this is the Black Knight, powered up Black Knight that fought Ike, he'd we'd have a very different story. So-
Yeah, this is-
Radiant Dawn and Path to Radiance, for that matter, would have ended early with this Black Knight.
Yeah. So the reason why I want to bring this all across, look at all the scarring on armor. It is now glowing. Those scarrings are the only reasons that Ike could have won because the armor was no longer flawless.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that was the localization, which I prefer over the.
Oh wait, are you saying in Japan it was different? Oh god,
In Japan, it was because I think it was because they said because it was the warp armor using it so many times it weakened him. Like it was a really cheap
Warp powder.
explanation of that. Yeah.
Oh, that's a no. I don't like that. That's stupid.
Yeah, the American for once the localization. Okay, and that for once is being a little much because localizations can be good, but this actually was a localization change that I think was for the better. So.
Yeah, like it makes more sense the armor is weakened because the armor is literally weakened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but you guys can see all the scarring on the weapon, which by the way, I cannot believe they don't call it Alondite. We're gonna get to that. You can see the armor scarred, the weapon scarred. Anyways, this is just so badass. Mortal Legend.
Really cool.
The title itself is so badass.
Yeah, it's cool because literally he is mortal. You do kill him, but he's still a legend.
But yeah. Oh my god. Kita
And
Senri
Kita Senri, I'm so happy.
did their job.
Kita Senri, yes.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
So well.
Black Knight's design is dated. Let's be frank here. This is like a 90s villain kind of look, to be honest.
Yeah.
To make that look good in 2025, gotta give it up to Kita Senri, because he did it.
Yep.
She is incredible.
It's
I
actually
swear to
insane. This is our first Black Knight with the Kita Henry artwork. In
By the
fact-
way,
God.
I am half tempted to take this picture and show everybody and tell them this is an Emblem hero. Half tempted.
Emblem Black Knight.
I believe it.
Guys, for next 24 hours, don't call him Legendary Black Knight, just call him Emblem Black Knight. See what happens. I wonder how many people might believe
And
it.
then IS themselves will be like, well, maybe we should update Engage now.
Oh, man. Alright, anyways, it's called Final Sword. It's no longer Alondite. And it is a badass weapon.
I mean, it's probably not a Londite because Ike took it.
Oh,
But it looks just like a Londite to me anyway. Well, or pretty much like
Besides
it.
being a
A
black
different color.
sword.
Well-
Yeah, it's a different color, I guess.
So, real quick, the reason why I brought all this up is because this is better than any version of Alondite or Ragnall.
Yes.
Clearly.
Any of them combined. Not even Altina's combined. version.
Definitively.
Yep.
Like, Emblem Ragnall, if you take away the bonuses, is close-ish, but still.
Okay, but why is it so good? I'm gonna tell you this. If they just did the first line itself, I already said it's broken. Not the slings part, sorry, the second line.
Whoa, slang!
Yeah. Oh, really? In today's day and age?
Because Imbue is not fair. Breath of Life
so good.
is one of the greatest things in this game, and one of the things that shapes the meta, and
But
he
it's
just
also
gets
not
it.
very- Funnily enough, not as common because it's tied to a C slot that has to be used by weird units that are like supports
Well,
passive.
well, there you go. People run weird units just to get Breath of Life on the field.
Yep.
That's true, yeah. And this, at the very least, I will say with Imbue, it is a skill in Tellius, so they actually are rebuilding an old skill from
Yeah, I really
an older
appreciate
game,
that.
which I do like.
Yeah, that's a really cool reference. I mean, it is also definitively worse than Divine Nectar, pretty much, but that's fine.
pretty much, but it does it has a higher ceiling than Divine Nectar. It can heal up more HP if you have a ton of HP.
Yeah,
it
that's
heals
a lot.
so
You can also
but
move
yeah.
a lot easier in this case. Wait, is it a
What?
buff? Divine Nectar is no. It's
Divine
I'm
Nectar
talking
is-
about Breath of Life. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, no, Divine Nectar, the status, is just a almost universally better version of Imbue.
Okay.
Because it's full deep wounds cleaning, 20 pre-combat healing, and then also the true damage reduction on top.
But in
Alright.
return, Black Knight gives you a second status, which is extremely good as well.
Yes.
Yes. Reflex is nuts.
Okay. So reflex. We're having this talk. Why does it get reflect? I don't like reflexively sneeze and then slap the guy in the face. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell?
I don't exactly know what the logic is for this. I know it's like the Johanna weapons effect, but
Yes.
I don't know exactly how that like ties into the.
Kind of the same ideas with godlike reflexes, where you're reducing damage or avoiding damage, and then immediately riposting and counterattacking. It's just in
That's
this
the closest
case,
thing I
it's
can think of. Yeah.
very strong counterattack.
Okay. Well, I'm clearly a fan of it because I don't know why he gets to do this. But isn't this what like
does.
my?
I mean, kind of in character, I feel like, for him to just take a hit and just reflect everything back.
Wasn't
an
this like a
unbelievable
refine for
throw.
someone? Damage.
Several.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been on several refines, and it's a weapon. It's on the weapon of Hans to reference his counter skills. Echidna, just because Echidna is Echidna, I guess she likes countering. Stuff like that. Rinka, which does make
what
sense.
They need imbue combined with reflex
Does
to
Say
make a
Re have
fraction
it?
of our
No, that's
power.
something else.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Well,
But it's definitely a very powerful effect whenever it shows up.
yep. It is an extremely powerful. It is the reason why certain characters are as good as they are. So the fact that he
Yep,
just gets to
entirely.
buff it to other characters is insane.
Everybody. By the way, it's not like
Yeah.
Counter War, it's stacks. Or at least it should.
Yeah, it should stack. So if we go, say, one of the characters we just named, like Echidna, why not?
Yeah, why not? Now you
If you wanna make
double
her
your
even
damage.
more insane Omni tank, yeah.
You take 10 damage, you reduce it by 8, and now you're dealing 16. Neat.
Yeah. So
Hooray!
we didn't even get into the core of the weapon, but the buffing is insane, and this is the reason
Yeah,
why
the buffing alone is great.
I've been bringing this up. Every new character nowadays, for whatever reason, are S tier support characters, despite the fact they're S tier in other aspects, which doesn't make any sense. But okay, this is the definition of S tier support, and S tier everything else as well, apparently. But yeah, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
Okay, the rest of the weapon is still very, very good. It's all more generic, to be honest. It looks complicated because it's X and Y, but more damage, more survivability. Deep wounds is now ignored. Damage reduction, or removal in this case.
Yep.
It's how I would sum it up.
How Black Knight is.
Yep.
Like, of course he breaks through damage reduction. Of course he has the extra 50% deep wounds removal, just to make him more consistent. And of course, as per how Winter Black Knight is, he scales stuff based off the foe's HP.
Yep.
Which is actually pretty cool. I like that gimmick.
Okay, now we gotta get to the only issue I have of all of this. It is now confirmed.
Dark Luna?
It is now confirmed that IS will never ever call this Eclipse. If they are not doing it for this, they're never gonna do it.
Immune to it, which is so sad.
Let me just point this out. What is a pitch dark Luna, guys? Just think about it for a moment. What is a pitch dark Luna?
Oh. It's
Keeping in mind
almost
that
like
Luna is the
that
moon.
thing that's like when the sun is covered up and it's like you can't see anything because it's dark and it's like, what word could that be?
Sugma said a new moon. Sugma, you're a dumbass. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, that goes without saying.
Guys, it's Eclipse. They could have just called it Eclipse. It's literally called Eclipse in the game. Just do it. Why are you doubling down on this? Guys, seriously, every time Black Knight gets released and he gets another Black Luna, we're just like, why don't they just call it Eclipse? We do this every time, and it's now confirmed they're never gonna do it. It's just so
We've got
stubborn.
Black Luna, Lightless Luna, and now Pitch Dark Luna. Okay.
Can I just give the fans what they want? Just give it to them. Why are you like this, IS? It's so small.
I wish. Oh, how I wish.
All right. To be clear, it's not a big deal, and if people are like, "You're so dramatic," I get it. But at the same time, this is such an easy thing to do. Just do it. They're like
Yeah, it's
trying
like
every way to
Black
not
Luna.
say Eclipse at this point. It's on purpose. It is.
Yeah, they're doing the whole synonyms thing when you want to fill out words in your essay and you're like, I don't want to use. I used this word like a paragraph ago. What word do I use?
Yeah, because if it wasn't obvious, this is dumb. It just comes off as petty. That's. There's no other way to say it.
It's silly, yeah, but hey, it is what it is. At least it's a good special. I'll take it being a good special over a bad special with the name Eclipse. So I'll say that much.
Lunar Eclipse is safe.
Eclipse.
They'll call it Luna Eclipse.
Luna. Oh my god.
Eclipse
That'd be
Luna.
classic IS fucking pun names.
Yeah, that'd be so funny. It's just like, well, we compromised.
Eclipse.
Oh my god. All right. but this special is kind of different. Instead of the 80% damage, defense res shredding or whatever it was, it is now based off of the greater foe speed or defense. I'm not the biggest fan of that. It's still very strong, but I'm not the biggest fan of that.
Why not?
Yeah, it takes. Oh, what were you gonna say?
I mean,
Because the idea of this Luna, because it is still a Luna, is to shred your defense and res.
yeah.
That is true. Yeah, it deviates from
mean,
the original purpose, at
It
least.
deviates, to be fair...
In effect, I don't think it matters. Let's just be clear.
No. Boosting by 80% of the foe's defense and reducing their foe's defense by 80% has minimal mathematical impact. Honestly, if any. I forget what scenarios it even matters in.
I know, but it's just a weird deviation. Because as we pointed out, there should be like no difference in actual effect. Like,
yeah.
They're
just
dead.
Yeah, no, it is a you're dead special either way. I guess the only thing is that it wouldn't be like the same if it were increased by 80% of foe's speed or reduce 80% of foe's defense. That'd be a little annoying.
Well, that is true. I mean, in the situation of debuffs, but because it's 2 stats, it should be alright.
Yeah. I mean, in either case, it's a way better special because while, yeah, the whole point of Eclipse is that it's not as good into units without a ton of defense.
They basically redid the skill, is what I'm trying to say.
They redid it to make
They made
it
it more like Ice skill, Ether's Path.
Ether's Path, which is 50% of the greater foe's speed or defense.
Okay, so this is,
75%.
okay, so I think this is more consistent. But the bigger thing about this, outside of damage, which honestly doesn't matter because it's still going to be killing you.
Yep.
Null C is back. I don't know why. Why?
It's
Why?
armors just love Null C, and
It's
they love slapping it on.
The effect for armors.
Why?
Now having it.
That's the one
has
easy
an
way to
effect
counter
on
this.
The armor. Yeah.
The one
say
way most people can figure how to do something about this is just make sure they don't counterattack, and now it's not an option.
Yep, and it's not even conditional, it's just
option.
neutralizes effects.
Yep.
So, there you go.
It don't need to run an armor with Fel Spirit or specifically a Leer or the Tech Fjorm.
Oh yeah, Fjorm is in shambles. She's just crying. What's the point of Fjorm?
At this point...
oh my god, is that EA? What the hell? We're seeing like...
Oh,
guys,
yeah, EA.
We're literally seeing
Everyone's
people...
returning for this amazing banner.
Like, yeah, people who have been here year 1, year 2 coming back. I saw Master DSA earlier too. People who have been here...
Oh, well, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, he is the biggest Black Knight fan.
They
Yeah.
literally only changed the wording to reflect
Aside
how
from
Luna's
me.
skills are actually
Well, probably a
calculated.
bigger fan than
There are
me, I'm
0
gonna be
mathematical
real.
changes, not even just minimal.
Yes.
Yeah, that about sounds right. What was I gonna say? No, you'll see. The one thing that Fjorm has going for her, I guess now, is speed. But
Congratulations.
But yeah, it's a tough fight. It's an uphill battle.
and okay, Divine Vein Ice. The duo effect is actually bad, but that's about it.
But would you take Fjorm over the Black Knight? Come on.
No, not in a million years.
Yeah, you would have to be
No.
incredibly biased for Fjorm in that situation.
Yeah, when you have Ice Block as an option these days, it's just not worth it. Unless you have like an SDS thing going on.
Yep. So, the other thing though, which really solidifies this, the 2 ways I could see you beat Black Knight was one, obviously, don't let him counterattack, but he countered that with Null C Disrupt. The other way was just hit him before he gets to hit you, which doesn't work either.
Yeah, there's
So,
another problem.
The shit
First-
do you do?
Yeah, first of all, he has, because of the way his kit works, constant 50% damage reduction until he, unless you like scowl him and then have guard. That's the only way he will never not have 50% damage reduction, pretty much. So, have fun with that. But also, yeah, Party Bearing.
Why are people saying AoEs? He literally resists deep wounds and he has a guaranteed heal. And he...
AoEs
that's the thing.
hurt a lot. It is the best way to get through most of his bulk, but you still have to do some pretty respectable damage.
Okay, I'm
because
gonna
he's
point
gonna
this
heal
out.
after that.
What is stopping you from running someone who gives you anti-AoE? Like a old man.
Nothing. Yeah, or young Goku, yeah.
Slot syndrome. But yes, it would be
Like,
definitely a lot harder.
It's not hard to figure this out, I'm just saying. Even if
Yeah, if
it's
it really is
AoE,
that a problem.
the fact that friggin' Igrin, who used to be terrifying, hits a 0, and the fact that he heals so much, and the fact that you can't deny his healing. Technically speaking, could AoEs be a solution? Yes, but it's gonna have to be a very modern AoE. You can't just take anyone.
It's getting you like halfway there. It's not getting you all the way. You have to do damage on your own to kill him.
And pretty real damage.
1 HP.
We're not talking like bring him down to 1 HP and then just hit him, like tilt him over. You have to actually be able to do something real in combat before it actually works. So yes, AoEs work, but
I don't think Emblem Sigurd will be able to break through him. He'll get him to
I don't think Sigurd does it either.
And then Emblem Sigurd will just tank him after that.
Yeah, Emblem Sigurd probably doesn't work.
Shiku pointed out, doesn't Igrin have true damage?
Yes.
Yeah, only on special.
She still hits. Yeah, still hits 0. Like it's not gonna matter.
Yeah.
Might have a little bit of on-hit true damage now that I think about it, but most of her damage is on special. I think it's 50% pros attack.
She was designed to at least do 1 damage, and she can't even do 1 damage here. That's what we're trying to point out.
Yep. You would have to really swing it in her favor with like heavily debuffed Black Knight or something like that. But even then, it's not super reliable, and Imbue really does a lot to help him like stick around.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So this
counterplay is going to be interesting.
Yes. So this is what I define as a meta character, one where the counterplay is no longer obvious, and this is, by definition, not obvious. You're going to have to respect him.
Yeah. Literally, you're just going to have to, like, for the most part, the best way to deal with him is just by sheer brute force.
Yeah. Which will be interesting because he has so much stats.
Yeah. And so many layers of true DR. And good luck tanking him.
Yeah, you cannot tank him. By the way, the closer you get to killing him, the more likely you are to die.
Yep.
And that's all back at you.
And that's not to even think about the fact that he has Pitch Dark Luna's damage as well, and the potentially 16 on-hit true damage on top of that, and the 15% attack true damage before the reflections.
Yep.
Multiple, by the way. But, yes.
So this is what I see. You have a chance if you out-defense him, and then you get 2 shots on him, and... But I don't know how that happens, so, like, who fits that criteria?
who even fits that?
Like, no range unit at all fits that.
No.
Is this saying literally Sigurd? Please use Sigurd. Is this what it's saying?
Only unit I can physically even remotely conjure up is Athos, and that has to be done very carefully, because Athos, while really good, doesn't have infinite bulk to survive all that true DR or true damage.
Okay, well then,
then you guys get the 1 hit is a bit much for Athos. So.
All right, well then you guys get the point here. It's goofy.
Stupidly hard to kill.
Okay, with all that said, it is not done. If they just released him like this, I would have said he's broken. But the fact that they did the rest of this, oh my god. Okay.
Beautiful kit.
This in AD form was inevitability.
Yep.
If you're gonna do distant AS AD solo and whatever, this was inevitability. It is even better though because they put a criterion for saviors.
Yep, it is made to work with savior. I love that. It's still not an amazing skill, but if you're running a far save that can't use an echo skill, it's probably better just use this.
Yeah, you can replace it to be clear. Yep.
DR form as well.
That's true.
That would be a nice one.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, but you can replace it, but it's perfectly serviceable. What's more important though is counter fighter. That is what solidifies everything. That just
lovely skill.
Yeah.
Vengeful fighter skill with no follow-up, by the way. No follow-ups at all.
He doesn't need it. He just doesn't need it.
Yeah,
really doesn't.
Pretty much against like a few select units is really the only case where he would.
Okay, Sugma says Lagoose friend for armors. That's that is a view on it.
Yeah, that isn't entirely wrong.
Even though we very much wish she stays entirely wrong. Anyways, so counterfighter.
Yeah, I hope so.
Very few characters would ever use it, but perfectly fitted in this situation. So
it's made for units like Black. If you have follow-up outside of your B slot already, then this is just an easy slap on. But if you're like Fallen Female Lear, for example, would use this really well because it completely pre-charges. I don't remember how her specials work charge-wise, but it would fully pre-charge her special when foe hits into her. And then also she has a brave effect, so who cares about that? The big thing is setting up your special DR so that it works on first hit, because that tends to be a weakness for armors.
Yeah, because it's Lagoose style, it's really, really nice to get it on the first hit. And especially when comboed with Fell Spirit, like Legion said, but also through supportive Fell Spirit, you can get your other armor if you're running 2 saves. So your near save, for example, could do their Armored Blaze twice, which would make them a lot bulkier.
Okay.
Yep.
But yeah, it is just the perfect skill. It gives you everything you would realistically want outside of a follow-up. In this case, especially because he doesn't need null C or anything to counter, well, anything. So instant special, more damage, more attack. Sorry, more damage, more survivability, and then healing as well. So there's
even
nothing.
more healing.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, and then everyone knows what Breer F save is. Perfectly suited for him, of course.
So good on him.
More reflection is just oof.
Yeah, and DR. Like, he has, assuming like the foes at 70% or above, he's starting out with 28 constant true damage reduction, and then you add 15% of his attack, and then you add in Pitch Dark Luna's 50%. That's a lot.
Yeah, he's essentially getting 50% unpierceable DR on top of his flat DR at all times, which makes it mean that he doesn't need to run a twin save, and thus they gave him the Briar save, which is great.
Yep. Which gives him DR reflection and then 40% DR reflection. Well, damage reflection, not even DR. He could have technically reduced it by 0 and still done that, but yeah.
Okay.
That's unreal amount of damage.
Now that we cover his kit,
Yeah.
the fun topic. Should you run double Black Knight? Far save, close save.
Near save, far save, DK.
Honestly,
Well, here's the problem with that. First off, support being redundant's annoying.
Oh,
So you
that's
have two
true.
units doing
That's
the
kind of
exact
wasteful,
same thing.
yeah.
That's true.
Whereas if you
But
were
you know
to
someone's
run,
gonna do
like-
this. Come on.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Somebody's
someone
gonna do
will,
it.
for
It's not-
sure. And at least you get to extend the buffs. He's like a citrine.
Yeah, that's neat. I mean, it definitely works because you just have 2 saviors that are unbelievably hard to kill. But I feel like his melee potential, there's more nukes that could deal with him. Like Emblem-America, Brave Prom, for example.
But he is, I just want to point this out, he is made to be close save, guys. He doesn't have distant counter built into him. This is intention. If you just remove distant
He's
AD
made to
form,
be, yeah, you can totally do both.
He can be flexible, yeah.
Like, I mean, the only thing that sucks is there's no AD near save Briar, so you have...
yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah.
So you're either using twin save for the healing, or you just give him a standard tier 3 save, which is silly, but technically viable. But that said, it would be 2 disgustingly good damaging saviors. I will say though, if you want
Oh, I just
a little more
realized.
flexibility, Rhea would also give this Black Knight Miracle. What?
Snake Girl with Black Knight,
that'd
they're
be
both on this banner. If you just do Snake Girl, Black Knight, and Black Knight now becomes the close save.
That
That's
could also be
possible.
really
Or you
good.
could make
Yeah.
me over the close save if you want. Or
Okay, I'm sure.
Either or.
Both
I will say as a
yeah.
fun fact, at least from a top tier Summoner Duels perspective, the opinion on Snake is really low right now. She's kind of
Well, hold on. That's just because she's so prevalent. People are forced to counter her, and so they spend a lot of time and investment to do so.
actually, a large part of it's actually just the fact that she's very easy to blow up if she can't counterattack, and she doesn't have first hit DR, percent DR.
The 2 problems that the Black Knight does not have.
Correct.
Okay, well, then yeah, you're right. Then just switch her to close save and keep him as far save, and you're done.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Very
no,
well worked.
definitely.
And
And
he
she's
likes the
also
dosage
offensive.
status as well. That gives him even more healing and more stats.
Yep. Dosage would also be wonderful. It's a bit of a shame because I would say Aleer would be great with him, but the Null C Disrupt on Fell Spirit is a bit redundant.
And
Okay.
she likes Imbue too, because she gets more healing. She gets to damage the enemy while healing herself, and she also has deep wounds, so her own dosage is.
Oh yeah, we didn't even mention that.
as well.
He gives deep wounds resistance, but he never even cares about himself because he's resistant
Yeah,
to deep wounds
that's pretty
period.
funny.
He is
Yeah,
150%
he's immune.
resistant. Makes sense to me.
No, okay, so that's the reason why he's so scary, guys. He will kill people, entire teams, by himself. He has no worry. This is this is the true hyper carry, and when your hyper carries are savior, that's even more annoying.
And then you have
Yeah.
to think about... Don't even forget that on top of all of this, everybody is getting full damage reduction reflection.
Yes.
Think about
That's
units
true.
that have a
That's so
random
funny,
40%
yes.
DR.
Yes.
Like, Emblem-America has 40% DR on her special. if she gets hit and she counterattacks, that counterattack's gonna do a lot.
Yeah, it turns units you wouldn't expect. It turns nukes into, you know, thermonuclear ballistic missiles, and then it turns units who are, like, kind of strong, like have a decent amount of damage, into potentially really scary nukes. So it's interesting what that potential will do.
Think about
Hathron.
Yeah.
Like, think about Hathron for a second here. Or think about Thor, actually. Thor's a more popular case right now. Because she has damage reduction reflection. So, Havis Thor is pretty popular as a surprise nuke. What if we just double that?
That just makes it blow up everything. Like a Neath-Ogre, a red Neath-Ogre that's +10 will just crumple.
Yep.
To a +1 Thor with that.
It's actually unreal what that support alone does. And that's on a unit who is himself a carry. Like...
Lear's new best friend.
It's kind of how much he does.
Yeah? Yeah. Fall Male Lear. I know that Full Spirit, again, same redundancy issue, but Fall Male Lear is actually very popular right now, and about as popular as female. Not just as a tank, but as an offensive unit.
Yeah,
but
I didn't expect that. But I know why. He's really good, but it's just I didn't expect people to actually catch on to him.
Yeah, no, I didn't think Wales would go on to him that hard, but he's actually been pretty good. The only problem is that when he's hard to kill, he doesn't do a lot of damage. What if we just remove that problem?
Yeah,
I agree
he
with that.
reflects all the reduced damage.
Okay. Also, Miracle counts. I'll just say that. Miracle counts for all that DR reflection.
So I'm gonna say this.
That's true.
He's perfect.
Yeah,
I know people. I know people might put like a minor like asterisk there, but I'm also very biased, so I'm gonna say that much. So.
No, I think he's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Like,
he's incredible. Yeah.
At minimum, he is a top 2 savior beat out by Rhea. At best, you could argue he's the best overall.
I think he's the best, but that's also biased. Anyways, I'm gonna just say this to conclude it. This is a must pull. We haven't gotten true must pull in a while. I will say there's a lot of must pulls, technically speaking. If you were talking about they're the new best of set class, this is different. This is best.
This is just amazing.
The best.
Everything.
Competing with literally the definition of the best in the game right now.
Yeah, there are so many units that can benefit from Black Knight.
Yep.
It's unreal.
You will run him in everything. Everything.
Yeah.
He can help you everywhere and anywhere. That's the thing.
Of course, Ether Raid's off bonus notwithstanding. But yeah, no, he is an everywhere kind of unit.
Ether Raids with bonus, he can his status heals you more. So
also for those who brought it up, yeah, now Arena's unplayable because if you fight Black Knight,
God, Fire Season is gonna be really scary.
I do not know how you win. It's already hard enough to imagine how to beat him out of Arena, but now you have to keep score in mind. How do you win?
There's one thing to keep in mind.
Imagine challenging him with Legendary Roy in Fire Season. Oh my god.
So, one thing to keep in mind about Black Knight that is important to know is that he is in many ways similar to Emblem Ike. Go figure. And also technically counters him, by the way, with the Hardy Bearing. Hilarious.
That's true.
Emblem Ike has the exact same concept, where he only hits once and does an unbelievable amount of damage if the special goes off. And if he has taken a lot of hits going into it, because every hit, in Ike's case, he gets more damage for every hit he takes. This is a little more blatant in how it works.
You can shred Ike, because not every Ike has Breath of Life, so you can shred him, and then you just one-shot him. But this isn't going to happen
Yeah,
here.
the difference is the sustain here is
But there is one key thing that does still counter Black Knight, and that's Scowl. So, I know that this is more of a plug-in, but Medius has Scowl in his weapon.
But you gotta
Black
get a
Knight
plus
wouldn't
10.
be able to touch him.
You
do have to get a plus 10
Medius. I don't know how to do that. For those who don't remember,
that's a reason to invest in Medius. He at least won't die to Black Knight.
I also don't know if Medius kills Black Knight, though. That's the other thing.
No, he'll probably chip him. He'll slowly kill him, I want to say.
I don't know about that. Black Knight does heal, and he does have a lot of reduction.
Yeah, that's true. I think it'll depend on Medius' team, ultimately.
Yeah, because Medius can hit hard. He has solid true damage scaling.
If you have a dragon on your team, it'll help. Another dragon.
Yeah, and Medius will probably double, I have to imagine, because of the way your team would be set up. But it would definitely be kind of hard, but it's one of those almost... It gets, like, almost Marnie-like, where you're kind of just stalling as long as many
Almost
as
Marnie.
himself.
Like, this is way beyond.
Marnie can't kill most units.
Yeah.
The difference is, yeah, Black Knight could just one-shot you.
I do want to point out, if he causes a draw, even though it's so unlikely because he'll just kill you, but even if he does cause a draw, you've lost. If you can't progress, you've lost.
You can't draw.
Yeah.
I think that at the very least, it's possible to draw him, but I do see that it could be very hard to even just kill him in general. Like, that seems like it's gonna be... You might need your own Johanna Lance at this rate.
Alright, well, I already think Arena's barely playable. With stuff like this, I just think it's unplayable. Snake Girl's already hard enough for me to deal with. I know some of you guys do have Arena options to deal with Snake Girl, but I don't. So I basically just pray I don't fight her, is how I deal with this. Now I have to pray I don't fight Black Knight too. Ugh.
Yeah, I have Driss for New Year's Neathoker at least. I have nothing for Black Knight right now. Not a thing. My arena core is actually almost all green, so that's not good.
Oh wow, you're
I have a pretty green heavy arena core too. Ooh,
me too.
This would be really bad.
Because I'm supposed to be running Leon, Dual Corrin, and Marnie. It's just green.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm running Marnie, Briss, and Legendary Male Byleth.
Yeah, that's not looking great. Fire Season Hell incoming.
Yeah, and my closest alternative is legendary female not Alm. Why would I say Alm?
Legendary female Alm.
What?
Whoopsies.
Legendary female Lear.
Yeah, Lear. Why did I was like, it's AL, and then it said Alm. I was like, what the fuck? I had to like check my mind.
That's close enough. It's a Lord. Yeah, my best blue arena unit is Vigard. So,
Oh, I don't even have a good blue arena. That's worrying.
Oh. I hope you guys do. I hope you guys do, because we're screwed.
Yeah, I've been relying on Tana to help me with the newer Tana to help me with the Marnies. She does well at that, but against Black Knight,
forget
that's
that.
gonna be a lot harder.
Okay, well,
Hey,
let's not worry about it.
Yeah, let's just pretend.
I
That
feel
it's
like
not a problem.
if we talk only about meta, it will eventually get depressing. So let's move past that. It's my biggest issue with Fire Emblem Heroes has been just the game just feels unfair. Because Whale's gonna use stuff like this and you don't, so.
I just gotta plus in Brave Crom, then surely he'll be
I wish.
reliable.
no, everybody, go plus in your Fafnirs.
Well, actually, yeah. Why not?
Alright, so one of the other reasons why I like him so much, his animation.
Dude, it's so cool.
Very clean.
The sword twirl, they should just do it more often, stuff like that, where it's just literally what their special is in the game.
Yes. It feels so right.
Yeah. And it's not exactly hard, come on.
Yep. I'm familiar with that. That sword twirl, alright.
Oh, jeez. I also like the detailing they did on his model, with all the weaknesses in the armor now filled by the light. And the fact that he's just
the sprite
like,
itself is sick.
yeah, the sprite, they put a lot of effort in this one. I haven't seen them work this hard.
Yeah.
Like, let's just be frank here. Celica here is boring as... It's just Celica with a little bit of blue flames, come on.
Generic.
I mean, that's emblems for you.
I know.
But Celica especially.
Right, but this takes it to another level, and you can see the effort here. Even though it's not that different, but you can tell the care was there.
Yeah, legendaries in general often have these nice quirks in their finishing animations, their models. I really like when they do that.
Yep.
Also, Gmo's right. It feels better to lose to Black Knight because he deserves to be that good. He
does
that
deserve
history.
to be that good.
When you lose to Snake
some
Girl,
annoying kid who's, a big snake.
Snake doesn't even make any sense. She went out like a freaking loser in the story. Come on.
He's not even. I know that she's like supposed to be the strongest of Larather's children. Why is she a more annoying unit to tank than Larather? Larather's absolutely toxic unit in other ways, but come on.
Yeah, in other ways, but yeah, he's way easier to kill than she is. So.
Yep. So yeah, none of that makes any sense to me, and so I'm more okay because it feels right when Snake Girl
Black
beats
Knight
you.
should be broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, put it this way. When was the last time Black Knight's been broken?
Well, that's the thing is there
Winter Black
hasn't
Knight
for a long time been a truly broken Black Knight. Yeah.
Had like 2 months of dominance, to be honest.
Yeah,
that's being generous.
Ninja
to call it
Zelgius
dominance.
was great for several months, but he wasn't ever really broken. So
What are you talking about? Everyone was complaining about why do we have to put in so much work to make him useful, and then they released Edelgard.
Exactly.
They released Ephraim, and then that was
and then Ephraim was kind of the beginning of the end. Yeah.
Lightless Luna was sick, but still.
Yeah.
Like, and then regular Black Knight hasn't seen amazing use since 2017.
Yep.
It's a
At
lot
least he
of
was broken
people-
then, but that was last time.
So if it's not obvious, we welcome it, guys. He's broken, but he
Yes.
deserves it.
Yeah, he's been waiting 8
Absolutely.
years to be broken.
Yeah.
Honestly.
All right.
Part of it makes me wonder if this is about the time frame that they use for between, like, it's been 4 months since Choose Your Legends, so maybe not enough time to outright play in this banner after seeing CYL results, but I wonder if they thought he would do well in CYL and wanted to represent him here.
No, they definitely had Black Knight on their mind because they saw his continuously uprising votes, but it was not in response to this most recent one. It couldn't have been.
Yeah, I think a little too early for that.
Okay. Also, I gotta point this out. This is gonna be against the grain for Black Knights because this one's clearly very high res. There has to be res to take 0.
He's very slow, very
no
defensive res.
speed, which I guess. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's not that fast in Telia's games.
He's fast-ish. He's not super fast though. He's
fast
just
enough.
much faster than like your average general. Yeah.
Yeah, he's faster, but like more like what Zelgius is in Fae relative to his time.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well then, I think we're ready to sum it up then, because when it comes to Black Knight, I think you know enough about him, but you'll soon know him very, very well. I see.
Oh, yes.
Bust your ass, because there's no other way to talk about this.
Every time you see him, it's going to be, it's going to feel like he did in Telius, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward, not just fighting him, but his allies. Like, even if you don't fight him anymore, because of his support, his allies got so annoying too.
Yeah,
So-
again, if you don't kill a unit and they can counterattack, and they have DR enough, it's going to hurt a lot more than it should.
Yeah.
Why are there so many 99 times 4s in this trailer? I'm just noticing.
I know.
What's going on there?
Everyone says they beat Black Knight, and then he takes 0.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
With that said, though, this banner is S tier. The red is the definition. This is the strongest I've ever seen a color. If that was an
Red
honest.
is
Really
absurd.
I don't think I've ever seen anything better. 2 of the top savior heroes of all time, clearly. And then Erica is one of the biggest tank busters of all time, so...
Yep.
Oh, sure.
And her emblem is absurd, which, by the way, Black Knight could use that emblem, technically.
True.
Don't know why you would, but you can. Yeah, red's absolutely amazing. I will admit, it gets a little weaker from there, but colorless is actually really good.
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah, I like colorless.
Well, I was okay with Carlos, but you're right. It's red, Carlos, then... Blue? The reality is blue and green are iffy. They're just iffy.
Okay, so green has the best unit of the 6 in Haethrun, but blue is a little more well-distributed.
Yeah.
In the event you don't have
really.
prayer for some reason, then there's that. But yeah, it's honestly probably just green because I feel like there are people who are merging Alir, Malcor and his High Dragon Wall, and I think we can all say that Haether is amazing.
Okay. Well then. With that said, though, are you guys pulling?
Yes.
I wish I didn't have to.
Yeah, I would be just like, I don't know,
Maybe a fraud.
being really silly if I didn't pull. Like people would mock me. Not that really matters, but it's just it would be so out of place.
Yeah, it would be an interesting maneuver to not pull for the best Black Knight.
It would be. It would be. And I am gonna try to. I don't know if I will +10 him, but I would like to get merges this time around. I would like to make it a goal.
If that was an
myself.
option for me, I would do it in a heartbeat. Come on.
I have enough orbs to spark him, and I can.
I mean, technically,
I might be able to merge. So we'll
Could be
see.
an option for you, but
Black
Yeah.
Knight would make this game playable again. If I could +10.
Yeah, true. You would have so much easier times in a lot of modes. Yeah.
Yeah. Just sit his butt
More
down
bonus
there and then he just
legendaries,
wins.
yeah. Not to mention more legendaries just in general are really nice. Like, +10 legendaries just go so far in value. Yeah, no, for me, I wish I could say I had more orbs. I will pull for them, but Fallen did kind of take them. All of them. So,
Yeah.
I'm in a bit of a tight spot. But I'm skipping Bride, so that's fine.
Yeah, despite how good brides are, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, the only thing is that they have really good fodder. I want, like, all of it, but I can wait.
It's not quite as insane as it has been in some years, like Catchru.
No, definitely not. No, nothing on that banner is actually, like, serious meta influence. They're just good. I will say that the midpoint banner is coming up in like a week or so.
No,
so
that's bait.
Probably. It might have a Mythic on it.
It might have Edelgard on it. That's the only thing I can think of.
That would be funny, to say the least.
Yeah, give me an Ascended Edelgard. I don't know.
Let me check the game titles that it could be. I think it has a solid chance to be either Awakening, Fates, or Thracia. Those are the top three.
Thracia feels like it should just happen at any time now, but we did just get a Genealogy Bride banner, so I'm not sure about that.
Wow, I think we really have to end. I think my internet just died. That's so funny.
Oh no.
Yeah, mine's been a bit on the fritz too. That's unfortunate. I wish I could tell, but there's an ad going on.
Oh yeah, the ad's covering up for the internet being bad. That's so funny.
Oh, there it is. Let me see if I can hear.
Do you think Fallen Arrow will get a refiner or be forever confined to refining jail? I think it's obvious at this point. I don't know what they're waiting for.
Well, they've only done one Fallen Refine so far, so we still have several months left to.
I doubt she's going in refined jail. I don't think they're gonna do that to her, especially with how outdated she is. It's not worth making.
Okay,
her
well, I would say they should do it for Surtur because he was very popular.
They should, yeah, but they're cowards.
They should do it for Reinhardt.
No,
he was as popular as he could be.
Yeah. Oh, you're defending your old good friend Reinhardt. You love him so much, you plus 10 to him.
Well, because Olwen's also there.
There totally was no charity involved in all of that. All right.
No charity.
No, not at all. No, I would love Fallen Edelgard or get her. I gave her to do, so I could get a lot of value out of that now. But if she doesn't, I have Arcane Crest. Yay!
That's something, I guess.
What are we saving up for at this point? Summer, by the way, I think are all flops now. I don't care about Summer anymore. I think the last Summer I cared about was Edelgard. That's it. And then CYLs are so iffy that they lose meta relevance within 6 months.
Yeah, they can get
most times.
Ray Bernie came back multiple times, and she's actually meta again.
It's pretty funny to see her rise and fall. Now
Robin's.
I think Robin was the best, to be clear.
Yeah, Robin definitely
really
is the most
nice amount of time. Yeah,
Bernie depends on her surroundings, but she's amazing when she's good. Felix just fell off.
Yeah, I think it's really fun to take a look at like how Suel does 6 months down the line, 1 year down the line. Those are good pointers to look at.
No, I definitely like looking at that because, strangely, sometimes specific units will get better, and most of the time, the ones that are the most obnoxious get worse. Unless your name is Crom. Then you can never be bad. Ever.
The Crom blessing. He is the mandate of heaven.
JSOG just got a cool point. Suel's all OCs is bad this year. It's not all OCs, but I know what you're saying.
Close enough.
Mostly, yeah.
Yeah, when they work with OCs, let's be frank, they're usually not the best at it.
I mean, they have unique gimmicks that tend to translate.
But that's the thing, they are very gimmicky because this is not what they thought they were going to do.
Yeah. Alphonse did a pretty good job at it, it's just that his gimmick is strange. And it's hard to say. I don't even know how good I can call him. It's just a melee cap moment. But I'll say this much. Glad Sharena's in.
Robin the best when Ice Lock exists? Yes.
Yes. Because Robin can move units while also using Ice Lock. Also, the Harsh Spectrum and Panic support is pretty good too.
Yep.
But being able to smite Ice Lock, it makes some aggressive plays possible that Ice Lock itself can't do. So, as good as Ice Lock is, there's a reason. But I mean, Baldur could at least be toxic.
For a while, sure. I think if she's
stupid.
I think she's predominantly a fighter. She's not gonna make it. The only characters of recent times, as CYL anyways, the history shows if they're support, they have a better chance than if they're not. To last.
Which is actually why I think Ichthonir might be better off. Even though I don't know how they can make bonus double support better, besides stealing Fire Emblem.
Okay.
It's weird. Hey, if Sharena takes the Bride Sharena gimmick of self-refreshing after allies act, that could be cool. I can see that.
They probably will.
I'd like that.
Yeah. That might actually make her worth using, but...
I say I like that, but
okay.
if she's really broken and annoying...
I know you want to get on this subject, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. CYL no longer excites me. One, the kits and meta feasibility are always lackluster. You go into it thinking it's so exciting, then it's not.
It's definitely meant to tease what the meta's going to turn into, rather than being the units that...
Yes, it teases it does not lead it. And it temporarily leads it, obviously, but it does not lead it in any meaningful way, generally speaking.
Yeah, again, exceptions exist, but not many.
Yeah. And the other thing, the costumes are all boring. I'm so fucking sick of them. They're so boring.
But for the most part, I like Felix's, for example.
Okay, sure. And I think we all agreed Felix was the best of his bunch. And this is coming from a Bernie lover. I thought hers was just okay. Sure.
Yeah, but Bernie's is just fine. Alphonse is, as far... I know that it's the father gimmick, but I think Alphonse's is really good.
It does look nice, I'll give it that.
I understand why.
We've seen that armor before. Just putting son in father's armor is something they keep doing. I can't give them a passing mark for doing the same shit over and over.
Yeah, I don't blame you for not doing that. I think it's nice, but it's also not creative.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks nice. It's just not the most creative thing, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. If you can expect what they look like, it already takes away a lot of the fun. And if the meta can't last long term, then it takes away the rest of the fun.
Yeah. I will say that this is definitely the batch I used the longest. Because, again, I say Alphonse and Felix fell off.
That's how.
They're
I used Edelgard forever.
Because, well, it's mostly because Felix is still an amazing Gale Forcer.
Okay.
At least in Ether Raid's offense. And has some very fun PvE utility I can't get out of most CYL units. I've used these ones longer than most, but it doesn't change the fact that I still think that they didn't all age.
Wait, aren't you a Brave Hector user? You're such a liar.
I used Brave Hector for years. Yes, Brave
There
Hector.
you go, then.
Yes. Brave Hector would be considered the longest. Although I would say that I didn't even really use him much until Maltets Refine. So it took him getting resuscitated for me to do that.
I used him before his Refine in my just armor march.
Oh, I absolutely did. Just not much. Not to the extent of literally every team I had to test using Brave Hector.
Okay, well then.
He was broken. Yeah.
And that just proves my point. I don't think there's much to look forward to. That's why I'm all for spending my orbs here, because I don't have no freaking clue.
Yep.
So if it's not clear, I'm taking the bet against Choose Your Legends. I'm saying I'm not going to regret it when time comes.
That's totally fair. I mean, again, put it this way. Worst case, you just spark one.
That's also true. I also haven't sparked the last Choose Your Legends.
You didn't.
I just left
You didn't even choose your freebie.
I still have not chose my freebie. That's just how little it means to me.
Yep. Just, again, totally fair. Especially since that batch in particular is really weird to fix the value of. But
yeah. The obvious choice at the beginning was Felix, and then they released Selef, and it was just like, I don't know anymore.
Yeah, Felix got dumpstered on so hard. He deserved it, but he did. That never seen a unit fall so hard from grace so quickly, and being so happy about it. Besides Leon.
All right. Anyways, I think we covered anything. What's the next coming up for Farm Heroes?
So the next thing is the Midpoint New Heroes banner.
Yep.
Which is on the 6th, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check.
Yes. That sounds right. Yeah, okay.
So, in that case, the update would be on the... Assuming that they do things standard. Update 5th and trailer 5th. I forget how they do that now. No, updating trailer on the 4th? Both the same day? So... I'm pretty sure that the next trailer should be literally next Wednesday. Which will probably also include the cinematic for the midpoint, if I had to guess. And that will also mean that probably within the next 2 days, we'll get the update notification for the next set of refines, which should include another fallen hero, probably female Morgan if I had to guess, but no legendary or mythics this month. We will get a streak in July and August, and September.
Okay.
So, look forward to all of that very soon. I really hope that banners will skip even harder than Bride, because my orbs are screwed.
I have 800. I just want to plus 10 heroes so I can actually play Arena again.
Well, I don't think the game could have possibly given you a better answer.
I know, but I don't know how I'm going to do Black Knight. If I could do Black Knight, it'd be perfect, but how?
Because... What's the stat? I'm actually kind of curious.
Guys, who's your best Arena character? And if you answer Marnie, that's not good enough.
It is Marnie.
Well,
no, then that's not good enough.
My case as well.
I mean, Marnie actually probably stalls him because Miracle.
You lose if you stall.
But I lose if I stall. Neither one kills each other, but Marnie will be at 1 HP. Or 8, because of the post-combat here.
I at least have the perfect Marnie build now. I have Deluvio boost with Slick 4 and DR Twin Year Save.
I'm going to finish building my Marnie soon. Like, I got it all 40. But I'm just like, man, what does this even matter?
It is kind of depressing to think about all the Arena horrible things. Just think though that she will make a lot of matchups easier.
Sure, but
she will protect some of your units.
It doesn't change the fact that Arena's bullcrap now. It's guys,
No,
the reason why I'm so down about Fire Emblem Heroes is that in every competitive mode, it doesn't feel fair anymore. It's like, how would you feel if you did 90% of the work and the one guy who does like 10% gets all the credit? That's basically how Arena feels nowadays. It's like, you gotta work so hard, and that guy barely, your opponent, which is AI by the way, barely has to work for it, and they kick your ass.
Because they just worked on...
Yeah, Arena in particular feels brutal.
Arena is definitely, I can agree, it's... I mean, I'm at a point now where I'm using Gris in my Arena core just to have a good time.
A good time.
He does help a lot, I can't admit.
He's a fun unit.
Is having a good time getting beaten up by everyone, I will say.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people use Gris. I get that.
Yeah, at the very least, Gris Marnie makes Arena fun as long as I can actually win.
The other point is like scoring. I don't even know how I'm supposed to. Like every dream's out of scope. That's what bothers me.
Well, you know me, I've been a 20.5 lifer, but also I have a lot of bonus legendaries that I've stockpiled, which has helped make it a lot easier.
For the guys with dual Lucina, because I know a lot of people got dual Lucina thanks to availability.
Yep.
You're already really lucky on that, but I don't know how Lucina deals with characters like Black Knight. I don't know.
Not likely.
Yeah, not all that well. Just some chip, and that's about it.
But that's what I'm trying to bring across, because like she's relatively new, and you had a good chance and on availability to max her out. But the people who did it still have to suffer all the same.
True.
Future Witness.
Future Witness helps a lot in making this more playable.
Yeah, that's true. It at least makes her a lot harder to kill her.
One thing that is nice about Future Witness is that it is a scowl effect, so it would stop Black Knight special, effectively.
Yeah, he's still gonna tank really well, though.
Oh, it'll be almost impossible to kill with Lucina, but at the very least, Black Knight isn't guaranteed to kill her.
That is true. That's the thing, scowl effects.
Okay, well, you guys can keep coping. I don't believe in anything you just said.
I don't either. Again, well, I don't have Lucina for Arena, first of all, but second...
I'm going to point this out. He's most likely to get Celica's Warp Ring, so if you don't kill him, he's going to kill you. So.
Oh, of course he will get the Warp Powder.
Just so you know. I don't know why everyone's like, Well, draw is so good. No, you draw, you
You have
lose.
an Erica ring and just bowl over things.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, Black Knight with the Celica ring is both thematically perfect and also, annoying
that's true.
beyond belief.
Celica ring in arena, especially.
That's so freaking funny. He just teleports and destroys you.
Yep, he is.
And he can run one of his other meta rings is Ike ring, funnily enough, to give him even more tanking.
I thought
Yeah.
Sigurd ring would be going on him though, because
Sigurd ring probably is.
In a modern team comp, you could make that work for sure.
Yeah, no, you definitely want the flexibility. If you're using Black Knight, you probably want Sigurd ring because it's very flexible.
Yep.
And I love Sigurd ring armors. I think it's just so much easier to use them that way.
Yep.
That's
Black
fair.
Knight, no exception. Me, Black Knight, will definitely use the Celica ring. Just in case you get too close.
Did I mention to you guys how arena
fine.
works for me nowadays? I'm still using Mavier because I have Marnie all ready to go now, so I'm gonna replace him soon.
Another
But
hound.
basically, I have to have a legendary hero so Mavier can do his job, which is die for someone else. That's how it works. It's so
That's
fucking
true,
depressing.
though. I know how it works. with
Mavier, no.
legendaries, yeah.
Supplement the pre and post CD
I do
from
love
other
the bonus
sources and
sacking,
run past
but it
Celica ring
does get a
on
little
big
unfortunate.
load.
It has to happen because there's like friggin' Sakura's running around and like characters with extra moves or disables, and Mavier's just like, I'm ready to die.
Yeah, that's pretty much. If I don't have the ability to cover with my near save Marty, I just throw out like Lloyd into the middle of nowhere because I do use him, and just you tank him, cool. You don't, oops, sorry. Next time.
I just feel so bad playing like that because everything a real farm game tells you is don't let anyone die, but that's how you play now.
Yeah, that is how. I mean,
Sack plays.
you could be like how like challenge run people will do it. Sack the units that are literally useless because oh no, you got like 60 more. Or not quite, but you know, you have like 20 more units. Fill their place.
Alright, peeps.
This reminds
for the
me
record?
of someone. Oh, what were you gonna say?
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say just for your reference, it's 50th percentile, about 1,858 orbs to
Plus 10
Black
him.
Knight.
I have 800. I'm not even 50% through.
Yeah.
50% chance. That's so stupid. I'm not
Yeah,
even 50% through on 50% chance. That's impossible. Then.
Yeah, no, you're not gonna get. You might be able to get like. Let's see how close. If I go down to like, I think at 5 copies. Yeah, so by like plus 6, if you could get to that, is about where your orbs are for an average amount of luck.
Oh my god! I didn't know Pialzi's confession was literally death by snoo snoo. She doesn't accept you until you defeat her in combat. Okay.
That's funny. I forgot about that.
I wish I had Yahtzee.
Okay, that's cool. Anyways, I dragged my feet on Marnie, but honestly, it wouldn't have made much difference. The things that beat me, Marnie would have saved me against. Like, congratulations, I can now stall against Snake Girl. I still lose.
There are very strange cases where she might be able to beat New Year's Neath Ogre if you have the right build.
New Year's. New Year's.
New Year's. Mythic, out of the question.
Yeah, not possible.
Fortunately, more whales plus 10 New Year's than Mythic, but still.
I can't tell anymore. There's so many. Whenever I... Well, or it just feels that way, because whenever I lose, it's Mythic.
You definitely recognize those circumstances quicker. Personally, I'm much the same. If I lose, it's probably because of New Year's Neath Ogre. Or, sorry, Mythic Neath Ogre. Not even New Year's at this point.
Run past Celica ring on him, bet.
Get rid of his B slot. That sounds good to me. Oh yeah, but boy, rerun. Actually, plus 10 him. If you can plus 10 him from less rails, yay.
I don't know if it... They need to give me better solutions. I don't know how to play this. Guys, I genuinely don't know how to play this game anymore. That sounds so weird to say, but it's true. How the hell do you play this game? Competitively.
It's definitely weird.
Whaling.
Yeah, because that's... The solution is clear. You whale, but like, outside of whaling, I don't know how that's possible anymore.
Summoner duels at the very... It's weird because it feels like as long as you can keep up on the single copy units, you can actually do pretty well if you really understand the meta. Wailing is for the freaking tanks that just become unkillable. You need 4 units for GHPs. But it's still, yeah, every once in a while I'll run into a whale team and I'm like, oh well.
Yeah, exactly. That's the worst feeling in my eyes, where you just get checkmated, essentially. You just lose. That was it.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Like, you see a +10 fallen female Lear supported by Seteth, Sakura, Legendary Sakura, maybe Maria, Sprinkle Mary if you want, and then throw in some random nuke like Erica. And they're all +10 with +10 emblems. Cool. Next.
That's why I really don't like the idea of them just giving us more safety ladders, because the reality is, it doesn't matter how many safety ladders if we have. If you keep releasing broken characters, you're just like, it's not a solution. It's a bypass at best.
Yeah, it reduces your chances of running into that unit and you failing to win because of that. But even still, it's like it's a band-aid more than anything.
I know, and that's what's so frustrating, because there's no consistent way of dealing with these things.
Why I always vouch for oh, you got a couple Lloyds. That's why I always vouch for waiting 2 days at E3. Don't start playing until Thursday, and just get easy matches.
Wait, why?
Because all the good people have already done all their matches, and anybody that's down there either is just not playing the game or isn't doing well in score.
Okay, but if you do it on last day, doesn't that make it even better? But it doesn't change anything for me, because on the last day it's still ass.
Well, the last day you're gonna have to plow through. You're just gonna have to go all the way up. But at least the first couple matches are gonna be easy, and then you can still get lucky on the last couple.
Interesting. Okay.
Like, put it this way,
yeah.
I have run the exact same Aether8's offense teams for the past, like, 6 months almost, with, like, one substitution of an Edelgard for an Edelgard.
Okay.
And I have not gone through all my ladders, once.
I think you got lucky, because I can imagine many ways where things could go wrong.
Oh, it's not to say that I don't lose matches. I will still occasionally run into a team that's like, oh.
Yeah, then there you go. You just got lucky you didn't burn through all the ladders then.
But it's still less frequent.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I agree with that.
It's increasing the odds more than anything. Because
sure,
it's less likely you're going to run into good players. And you'll run into some really bad players. I've seen defense teams that haven't been updated since like 2019. Because of where Vault have happened is so weird sometimes. Also, yeah, Emblem Lyn is just stupid if you have her. Lyn with like M or Embla. Most teams just can't even deal with that. Not all, but most.
Game is easy.
Yes,
okay, guys, sure, whatever you say.
It depends. I will say, as a Embla Lyn connoisseur, there are times where you'll run into a team that is so hilariously good, it's just not possible.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm so frustrated. You just lose.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll stop bitching about the game. It's just, I would enjoy the game a lot more if it felt it was fair, but it hasn't been fair for a long time.
Yeah, that's how it goes these days. For years, in fact.
I'm actually surprised you didn't like make a level 40 Lloyd. It's a really fun unit.
I was going to, but then I was like, I'm not going to use him long term, am I? So I was just like, okay, I guess
that
not.
was what
then.
I figured. I decided against it.
I thought I wouldn't, but I'm still using Lloyd pretty consistently because he's actually not terrible in like a surprising number of scenarios. It's not to say he's amazing, not at all.
Yeah,
sure,
it's not terrible for sure.
I have dual Leon and dual Corrin, and now Marnie.
Your circumstances are completely
like
I cannot compete with that.
And even
my
then,
arena core was balls comparatively.
I'm gonna say dual Corrin, even with the foremost soul thing, she's still ass. She does slightly better now, but she's in most situations she still can't do anything.
Yeah, she can't in her current state, do more than picking off units that have average bulk.
Yep, that's basically all I'm looking for. Getting rid of some average bulk units, that's it.
Yeah, you're not wall breaking with her anytime soon. Maybe you could with if she has like Miracle and Black Knight support.
Yeah, I'm gonna basically I need to pull a new generation hero with immense support, then she can start doing stuff.
Specifically the kind of support that turns her terrible bulk into a nuke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Brilliant! Yeah, no, it's... the only reason why I'm even using Gris is because I gave him so many skills that his true damage actually lets him do wall-breaking stuff, kind of. Wouldn't even think about him if I didn't max him out.
Well, so yeah, with some true damage skills, he can start doing really good damage. I've tried him in SD, and actually to surprising success.
Yeah, I've been seeing him a lot.
Fairly tanky units.
He's actually pretty popular, unironically, in SD.
I'm surprised, to be honest, but alright.
Having a Celica ring and a really reliable Kanto without having to have it actually makes him pretty easy to slap on certain team comps.
Alright.
And his debuffs are actually really good if you give him Discord.
Well, whatever. I just want to see where this game goes once the next Fire Emblem comes out.
That'll be interesting.
I think that's it. Because they can't make a comeback then, and I don't have a lot of faith, to be clear. But the next Fire Emblem is definitely, because we've been hearing rumors for a gazillion years now. It's definitely had like 5 years under its belt or some nonsense like that.
And some of those, if anything, those rumors could be totally founded, and it's just that development has pushed things back. Like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure they're like, well, Switch 2 is coming out. We should just save it.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. I mean, there's no reason to push any games now for Switch 1 at all. So,
can you guys believe how long the Switch was? We should have like a look back on the Switch sometime, because I think they did a great job.
The OLED was a bridge that at least made some sort of breakup, but as far as console lifespans go, Switch is impressive.
Yeah, I actually still really like the OLED, by the way. I think it's just because it's an OLED and the new Switch 2 is not OLED, you still have uses for it. Some games you don't need, for example, like visual novels. That's what I really enjoy playing.
Yeah, you don't need the extra processing.
I don't need any of the processing power. I just want it as crisp as possible and as colorful as possible, you know?
I've heard that the LCD is still actually really solid for an LCD.
Yeah, but there's a reason why everyone's moving away from LCDs. The fact that they insist on using it is kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean,
think about your phones nowadays. All flagship phones are OLEDs. There's no exception anymore.
Right.
And a lot of new, for example, Steam Deck, OLED edition, Switch OLED edition, the new Lenovo Legion Go. Well, I just said your name, even though... I'm saying the PC handhelds. The PC handhelds, they're also... Everyone's going OLED, so it's just weird for them to be like...
I mean,
they even went OLED in the previous generation and chose not to do it. It's just weird.
I've heard that they plan on going OLED.
They will eventually, I believe that, but why not just make a better product immediately? I don't... Sure.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on back there, but... I mean, there's also the whole idea of a good LCD.
We get Engage Warrior instead.
Good LCD.
Oh god, don't do that. Imagine that's their big announcement for Fire Emblem after all these years. It's more Engage with Warriors. This is what you asked for. Wow.
But that'd be funny.
Oh, it's Three Hopes 2. I mean, it's Three Hopes 2, Engage Edition.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these days they capitalize on Three Houses again in the not too distant future, because it did sell so well and is still really popular.
Yeah.
Definitely took a step back from Warriors as a whole for the franchise, so who knows? Maybe Fire Emblem will be the next Warriors game again. Hey, just give me my genealogy remake. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know what's taking them. They've clearly shown they can't write, so just remake the games where you had writers.
Exactly, yeah. So just, genealogy and Tellius remakes.
Well, the only problem is they have to basically write the characters, because the game has great lore, like negative character development.
Okay,
like,
but it should be easy.
That is the easy part when you consider how
specifically though.
The one thing that is good about Engage is the character writing. So, back it up with a game story that's already well established.
The character writing was good, but that's not even like mostly them. It's mostly the prior established characters off the back of writers of the original games. Not the. It wasn't like these guys were some friggin' geniuses or something.
Yeah, that's the thing. When I see, especially like a Forging Bonds and Faye, I'm like, oh wow, this is like kind of uncharacteristic to Fire Emblem writing at the time. I'm like, oh yeah, this character was like from a game where like the writers were actually good and they're just kind of carrying on some of that. So it's like I can't give them full credit for it.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm starting to feel like IS may have the worst writers in all of like Nintendo companies. Like I think I genuinely prefer the writing they do in like freaking Paper Mario over this shit at this point.
Paper Mario's got
I've gotten that bad.
No,
yes.
Paper Mario's got some unironically good writing.
Yeah, they're also really witty and they know how to like play some jokes. Like it's lighthearted, it feels right.
Yeah.
The vibes are good. For Fire Emblem, I can't say that much.
It's rare for Fire Emblem to have a lot of. I mean, it has fun moments and quirky characters and stuff.
I'm not gonna say it's 100% bad, but the consistency is just so laughably bad.
Not there. Yeah.
For a franchise that's been around this long, and the worst part are people act like these aren't veteran writers. These are veteran writers, guys. It's not their first time at this.
One would like to think they know what they're doing, but a lot of times they just don't.
It's just so weird. It's just like, how do you not improve? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just so funny to me. None of this makes any sense to me. Fire Emblem, I'll be honest, Fire Emblem as a franchise no longer makes sense to me.
It's kind of all over the place.
Don't you think it should be more successful? That's what I think. Like, when you think of SRPGs, what do you think of? Fire Emblem, fucking fire. What else are you gonna think of? We're talking about strategic RPGs. If it's just RPGs, you could just say Persona or something, guys. Just to be clear.
Sure.
So, like, if this
Mario and a Rabbids, that's the real RPG.
But I'm just saying, like, for a game, for something that's like so easily recognizable with such a legacy title, how do they continue to fumble? I don't get it.
It definitely doesn't have the prevalence that you would expect.
FF Tactics, they also should just make spin-off Fire Emblem games in different styles outside of just Warriors. That's what I'm saying.
Octopath Traveler LOL.
Well, I'm not gonna say JRPG. That doesn't count. SRPGs are.
Yeah, it's more specific.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna see though, because the Switch 2 is almost out, and I'll be honest, I am not excited. Nothing about it is exciting to me. Yes, Mario Kart looks cool and all, but how excited can I be about Mario Kart when, for the entirety of the Switch life, which was over 7 years, they just kept Mario Kart from the Wii U?
Yeah. So
how can I be that excited? Because if they had that many ideas, they would have released one for the Switch wouldn't they? Like, the logic when you think about it just doesn't make sense. Yes, Triangle Strategy I think was the best SRPG released on the Switch. I have it slightly edging out Three Houses, but yeah. Because if you care about politics and genuinely good writing and development, that's Triangle Strategy. There's nothing better. But Three Houses has a beat on like the character interactions. You care about the characters in Three Houses way more.
A lot of focus on them.
Oh, I got one.
They devoted a lot to the
Take it
characters.
slow.
There's a lot of voice lines, a lot of extra stuff. You're gonna talk to them after literally every mission in like in every route.
Yeah,
As long as the
people said it got
characters
too
prove
long,
all
but I actually really enjoyed it. I never wanted to skip any of it.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. For some people, that stuff gets to be too long. For someone like you, or in my case, I would say me, I like doing all that extra stuff and figuring out what's going on with every character.
Yeah. I'm so happy for Sigurd's AoE. It makes all these so easy.
Dude, Override is
sure.
such a fun special. Like, Sigurd in general is just such a fun unit to use, and it's so convenient.
Also, rest in peace, Aster Tatterix.
Oh, yeah.
Also, Sword Cavalier is not doing well anymore either. But to be frank,
Oh, dear.
Fire Emblem Heroes is not doing well either.
That's true. It's not alone in that. Although, did
It's
Sword
gonna
Cavalier
fall
have like a?
Yeah.
Did it have like a sudden drop, or was it like a slow?
Go to comp.
Yeah.
I honestly, it'll be interesting to see how SOC does long term. But for Fire Emblem Heroes, it's gonna hit 2 mil revenue soon. It might even fly out top 50 soon. So.
Yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen with that, because the phase mostly been in that kind of. It's been wavering in this period now, and then for a while before it was sort of in that slow decline stage. So I don't know. We'll see.
The biggest issue is just they don't have any efforts being made to replace lost players or to get players to come back.
That is, I can't argue with that. Yeah.
It's so laughably bad. They just have to spend like 10% of their budget to run ads, and this game would have a little bit more life.
That is true. I will say.
It's genuinely confusing how much they avoid advertising.
Yep.
I swear to God, they only did advertisement the first 2 months of this game, and then maybe
And
Choose
that's
Your
right, they
Legends.
did a decent amount of it, and then
There was
they
a
were just like,
random ad they pushed, I think, for book 5, and that was it.
oh, right, there was. Yeah, it was kind of like just out of nowhere, and it wasn't for that long.
But like,
I remember that.
Don't you guys
briefly.
realize the point of advertisements? Like, why does everyone advertise? Because it's so cost efficient in terms of getting what you want. Like, I still know, for example, guys, when I play Nikkei, and I have this bot message and tells you people to drop on by because of Fire Emblem Heroes and all these other gacha games, and people are like, Fire Emblem Heroes is still around? Like, they don't even know it's still alive. People who played it all these years ago don't even know it's still around. That's how bad it is.
I do play. I am actually a Nikkei player now, not just like
Oh, how'd
someone
you
on the sidelines. So.
how'd you enjoy the story?
It is. It's fun. Yeah, there are sometimes in English the voice lines sometimes don't match up, but I don't mind it that much as long as it is actually a voice. I could care less.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's fun. I mean, I like the story. I like a good amount of the characters. I'm sort of slowly building up a team or a couple teams.
Hey.
And yeah, it feels pretty good. I didn't do the account review stream because I was busy, and also I was like, my account's so early that it
Don't worry
looks
about
like
it.
shit right now.
I'll be doing more in the future.
Yeah, and I'll do that at some point once my teams are more like I'm still at like what 19k power right now, so I'm really really low. But it's been fun. I mean, I like what I've been able to do. I've been able to pull a lot, and I don't know, it feels pretty generous. The only real complaint I have with like the actual gacha thing is that sometimes like after you complete a chapter or like you level up a Nikkei, like it's like, oh, this free, like do this big deal. We're gonna give you all these gems, and you have to manually like
They do
tap out of
push.
it, and it's like, do you want to? Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest, that's what they should be doing, to be
Well,
honest.
yeah, no, it's a good business model. It annoys me a bit, but it's good for a business perspective. So I can't like complain too much about it.
I think people forget freemium games still have to pay for themselves.
Yes, they still have to. Yeah. So I'm glad at least they have a sustainable business model. It seems like they won't be going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people here know about Dragalia so I'm just gonna say that much.
Yeah,
The
it's a shame
games
what
that are like,
happened there.
they point their nose up and be like, we don't have to do that. Yes, you do. It's not a choice.
It's true. My main team right now is Dorothy of meme fanatics and lore and everything.
Yes.
It's just I happen to pull her a lot. I've gotten two I can't remember what they're actually called, but mergers or whatever.
Limit Break?
Yeah, 2 cores on her. Yeah, 2
Oh
core
my
breaks
God.
on her.
Oh, okay, Limit
just
Break 2, that's pretty high, yeah.
Yeah. And then who else do I have? Oh yeah, Modernia. Let's see. Phantom, who I was very lucky to get. I really like her a lot. And then who are the other 2 on my team? Oh, Crown and Naga in the newer team that I made because those 2 work well together.
Yep.
So I've heard.
Oh my God, Killer Mario, stop. So
What is
there's drama in Nikkei right now. Their stock dropped by 12% because they launched themselves in China. And when they launch themselves in China, they're very pro-China. But I gotta point this out to you guys. You cannot release a game 2.5 years behind schedule with no changes. It does not work. Think about it. Every Nikkei is invalid. You cannot sell a single Nikkei because they know 2.5 years from now, within 2.5 years, you have all these better Nikkeis. Everything's power crept, right? Imagine if Fire Emblem Heroes gave you the release schedule for the next 2.5 years. Would you pull? No, you wouldn't.
Yeah,
There'd be no chance. So they
I can
switched.
see why there's some drama of that.
Yeah, so they were forced to switch the scheduling around. Like they're launching with the half anniversary event, Overzone.
Oh,
They have to. You cannot take your time going through these events anymore. Because if they launch like it's just another server 2.5 years behind, they're doomed. Don't even bother. There's no point. You're just wasting your time and money. Likewise, the quality of life changes is what pisses people off. Like, why does China get all these quality of life changes that the rest...
loading speeds, it looks like some streamlined stuff.
Yes.
Ugh,
But again, the rationality is simple. So, for example, molds is one way you can pull characters guaranteed and easily, and China has better rates, China has guaranteed rates, and China has build-up. None of those things exist in global. But why? That's because you know 90% of those Nikkeis are useless anyways. So you gotta let them pull more frequently to make up for the lack of quality. It's just because the majority of Nikkeis coming out are going to be useless does not mean they should just not come out. It would not work that way, right? So you see the juggling act they're doing. They have to treat China better than other servers because of the delay of launch. And China's a different country entirely. The things they value, the things they enjoy, are not the same.
Yeah,
also,
they're different, exactly.
Their standards for mobile games are much higher. In China, consoles don't even exist. PC gaming is a distant, at as many distances as you want, second place. Mobile gaming, by far, is number one. So you have entire games that don't work in the West, like Reverse 1999 is shit in the West, works well in China. Naruto Mobile, only in China. Tower Fantasy, dead everywhere, but China. You see where I'm going with this? They just have different standards. You cannot run the same thing. So imagine Nikkei having the same delayed load in 2-3 minutes. Well, you're dead. You can't run in China like that. Why? People are playing in between classes with like 5 minutes between waiting for a bus.
Right, yeah.
Right? Like, if you force them to wait 2 to 3 minutes, they're just not going to play your game anymore. So they had to do these things. So I know when I say all these things, they're like, oh wow, you're so pro CCP or so pro... No, it's just rationality. They just cannot run the game the same. It is not an option.
Yeah, but I think it goes to show, it goes to kind of expose that there is that intentional quality gap that they're keeping from, because they know that the Western audiences don't expect that level of, you know, rigor and quality. So
they did promise to work to putting a lot more quality of life changes in from China.
Well, that's good. Okay.
Let's be frank here. They also had a busy schedule in the last 3 months. In these 3 months, 2.5 anniversary, big deal. Stellar Blade's coming up next month, and this month, China launch. They're just really busy. They don't have the manpower. Shift Up is one of the better companies out there, but imagine juggling all three of these big events. They fumbled. They absolutely fumbled, but you can see how they fumbled it.
Yeah, it at least makes sense. So,
yeah. So I'm a lot more forgiving than a lot of people on this drama, because in my eyes, it's just they fucked up, but it's not the worst fuck up in the world. And fundamentally, opening up in China is great for everybody else. Why? Anything they develop for China will come over to the West eventually. Like, think about it. You wouldn't, like, with all this extra money and resources, they can hire better artists, and they make this character. That character wouldn't therefore not be coming to the rest of the world, right? Think about it. It doesn't make any sense to do it like that. So the resources they're going to gain, the money they're going to gain, and the people they're going to hire in China, the talent in China, will spill into the rest of the spill into the rest of the servers. It's a good thing. But yeah, people just overreacted as usual.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know the context. Yeah, I hadn't even known that it got a China launch. I assumed that it wasn't in China at all because of how, you know, scantily clad everyone is. But I know that
they censored a lot of things
somewhat for China. Yeah, yeah.
But honestly, it's not a big deal because they found out how easy it is to turn off the censorship. Did it surprise anyone to find out Shift Up, the company all about hot girls, made it very easy to uncensor it?
Yeah, there's so many people in China. Surely there are going to be people. Yeah, people. Who
they figured it out on day one. It was that easy.
Yeah. And I'm sure, God, I'm sure there are going to be some people who are like, oh, if you uncensor it in China, you know, the government's going to hunt you down and kill you for it. And it's like, okay, bro, like just relax, man. I do sort of hate the mythology. I know it's not to say the Chinese government doesn't have a lot of restrictions, but I hate it when it's like people talk about China and North Korea, like literally like someone does like one thing that's not allowed and like they get instantly like put to death for it, or like their home is burned down, or like they can't eat, or like it's. I
mean, I brought this up. People can't even name one good thing that's happened in China in the like last 6 months, for example. You're not meant to think of them as people. that there are any way relatable whatsoever. You're not meant to think or feel that at all. Welcome to the West.
Yeah. It's the classic us versus them mentality that we have.
Yeah. I always feel bad because this is so anti-humanity to treat people like this, but that's
true,
how they do it.
Yeah. It's a very much a man-made, well, pun partially intended, I guess, division that the Western world has created.
Yep.
It's not to say there isn't, you know.
But that's why I love I love so much that they're memeing. Chinese people are memeing about Trump, about JD Vance. Like, you're finally getting to see that they're real.
It's nice to see people can actually see that it's like,
they're just real.
People are having similar thoughts abroad to you.
Which, by the way,
you thought were scary.
People in the West are memeing on them too. The same things. Like, it's
true.
Very understandable.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, we shouldn't be at that level where you gotta humanize one of the largest populations in the world. People don't even know this, but Mandarin's one of the most spoken languages in the world.
I think
people don't know that.
Was the most spoken language in the world. I don't know if it still is, but
well, see, that's the point, because people don't know this. It's taught in not just China, obviously, in Asia. There are also countries like Singapore. Well, I guess that's a city. Singapore, Hong Kong is a southern administrative zone.
A city, but it also is a country. So.
Right, but yeah, it's a regional language in a very large region. So, but yeah, it's my disappointment in humanity is very evident. It's just how we still like. It's the 21st century. How we still like this?
Yeah, it's so depressing to see tribalism just take root in so many different parts, and especially Western culture, I would say, is the real part of society that's dealing with it the most right now, which is
the idea,
because there's so many good people who just have fallen victim to that mentality.
Exactly. So. The idea of us against them is so stupid. There is no them. Yeah. It's us with us. That's how it should be.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But leaders have spent a lot of time trying to make it for their own interests, in us versus them kind of thing, and that is hard to shake when it you know, takes hold over many decades.
Yeah, I'm just gonna point this out. Do you guys even like what? Where would humanity be if we stopped killing each other and stopped fighting each other? It's so like stupid.
The memes when you like if blah 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 happened, it's like that futuristic society with the flying cars and the spaceships and everything.
Yeah,
we'd be in such a different place.
And what's the point of all this? I don't understand.
There's no point in it for the you know, everyday person. There's a point in it for very powerful people, though.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
Because the reality is, like, it's the 21st century. We have communication is as open as it is. You can access sources. Like, you can go to any country in the world really quickly. You can talk to anyone in the world really quickly. And now there's no language barrier because AI will literally translate for you. So you could literally just... Okay, so we have all these tools, and we'd still rather kill each other. What?
Yeah.
We were so rather fight. Why? Anyways, I'm always someone who just really believes in logic, and there's just no logic in any of this stuff. Not in my eyes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the only logic I can find in it is just a very twisted, like, top-down logic of just like, okay, well, we gotta preserve our interests somehow, and not we, but like people.
The government.
Yeah, certain governments and people who are very powerful have an interest in that kind of thing. And I'm not saying there's a grand conspiracy. In fact, it's very simple. It's just that people in governments. I would say it starts with people, though. People who are very powerful want to consolidate more and more power and more wealth. And they say, okay, what's the best way to do that? Let's make sure these other people are fighting amongst each other so that we don't have to worry about it.
I mean, that's true. You unify people with fear. That's one of the best ways to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, it's not to say that every leader is trying to do that, but ultimately, when you get down to it, a lot of people,
in Canada,
very influential people.
I love Carney, but he won on the basis of Trump is going to take over. So,
yep,
it's
true. Yeah, and that is a case where uniting through fear is not necessarily a bad thing, but it underscores just how effective fear is at convincing people of anything, really. So
M9, I might just be auto dispatching the AR going forward. There's so many matches where I start and I just lose. It's just
yeah. At that point, you might as well, at the very least, sometimes do it. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have I ever done it? Maybe I did it once.
I've not done it yet. I've never done auto dispatch. I might start.
I refuse to.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pride thing. Yeah.
I mean, once again, you're in the Thermos. Like I said, you can technically just, if you started Thursday, it'd probably be easier. But also in your position, I think it'd be easy no matter what because you're outside of Vault.
You say that, but they're literally characters I can't kill. So.
Yeah. Yeah, those will inevitably happen. And you're also in a bonus unit case. You're Fafnir or bust unless you have Camilla. Oh no, you have your Elm. Duh.
Yeah, I'll just use Elm.
Oh yeah.
But I have to build
That's right. The unit you were
yeah,
craving from that summoning session. Yeah.
Yeah, the unit you were very glad to get.
Well, that doesn't look so bad. He is, I can say from experience, he is quite useful. And,
everybody
I like him a lot.
Elm completely makes Astro Season a joke. If you don't enjoy it.
Yeah.
It just ruins teams so effectively if you don't have good front belt line.
Oh, god damn it. Now that we're on these subjects, I wanted to say something. Hey, have you guys ever heard of this Netflix series called Marco Polo? It was Netflix's first attempt to make a big series like Game of Thrones, and then they gave up on it so quickly. Oh, actually, the first time they tried was Rome, but
that rings a bell. Well, not Rome, but Marco Polo.
Marco Polo.
I think I vaguely remember what you're talking about.
I've been watching so many clips of it. I don't understand why no one makes something about this. Marco Polo is about, well, Marco Polo, but Marco Polo's time with Genghis Khan, the greatest. No, not Genghis Khan. His descendant, Kublai Khan. Sorry.
Oh, Kublai Khan, yeah.
Which is the grandson of Genghis Khan. In other words, the greatest empire in the world. It is such an interesting show. I can't believe it was canceled. I keep seeing clips of it. I'm so interested in watching the rest of it.
That is interesting. I wonder if it just fell through for reasons like the execs didn't like it, or didn't look like it was going to pan out. Reasons. Oh, well, yeah, Netflix is.
But I'm also just... but think about it for a moment. Like, why don't they make stuff about the Mongols? Like, that was the greatest empire in the world. And there was nothing bigger, more of the world all together all at once. And even though they were very cruel, like, if you don't submit, they will come to your city, burn it down, rape, pillage, enslave. Okay, terrible. But if you accept them, you get religious freedom, you're not overly taxed, access to trade throughout the entire Mongol Empire. Like, they designed it so if you say no, you're an idiot, and you will lose everything for saying no. But if you say yes, there's so many benefits, which is why their empire got so big, because yes, listening to someone else, paying taxes for someone else, terrible. But you get so many benefits that it made up for it. That's why they can hold such a large empire in such a feudal age. So it's very interesting seeing like a look at that stuff. But yeah, I'm surprised it failed because I feel like a lot of like these very interesting moments in history people have no visibility on.
Yeah, a lot of people, I mean, especially with how sort of historically illiterate a lot of people are these days, it's just stories that go forgotten, or people are like, oh yeah, I've heard of Genghis Khan, but like what happened? Or, oh, I've heard of Marco Polo, isn't it that game that people play as kids? Like,
yeah,
stuff like that.
Exactly.
But that's why it's so important, because it opens your eyes to the world. You would realize how silly the squabbles are if you knew history. Alright, I'm gonna go build Elm. Oh my god. How much time do you guys play Faye anyways, on a weekly basis, when you think about it?
It's hard to say. Yeah. It depends on if there's an event ongoing. If there's not...
Event. Oh, okay, whatever you say, man.
Okay, by event I mean like a story chapter or Tempest Trials mainly. And it
Did you just auto that? Yeah, go ahead.
Event. Well, I don't auto story, I do auto TT.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Somewhere around...
Yeah?
Somewhere between... Anywhere between, like, 2 to 5 hours, depending on if I'm actually interacting with units.
Meanwhile,
like
if you submit to the United States, you
about
get
right.
taxed
If it's summoner
by tariffs.
duels, then it's probably closer
Part
to
of the
like
deal.
6 to 7. Because I do a lot of prep for summoner duels.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, for summer duels it might as well be 6 to 7 a day, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
Okay, when I was doing my ridiculously long summoner duels grinds, yes.
Yeah, for me that's too much.
Fortunately, I'm done with that part.
Good. Also, Sugma's triggering me. He...
Oh god.
The art of the deal, the Trump shit, guys. I don't want to be too political, but did you know Trump is trying to sell Canada on becoming the 51st state because of his dome program, Golden Dome program, whatever the shit he wants?
Golden Dome. The Iron Dome wasn't good enough. We need another.
Can anyone explain why Canada needs a massive missile defense system? I wasn't aware we were in danger.
Yeah,
like,
well,
I'm pretty sure
we have to pay America even more money. Yay.
He says he charges $6.1 billion for it. We're not paying for that. But if we join America, we get it for free.
Ooh.
I just want to point out, if someone had the option of firing a missile at Canada or America, I'm pretty sure it's not coming to Canada.
Yeah,
just saying.
Yeah, I don't feel like Mark Carney. You know, I think he's the biggest threat in North America. That's right. I'm gonna get his people. He is threatening me aggressively.
Exactly. It's just like,
by
why
saying,
would we even need
please
this?
Don't hurt us.
Could there be a possibility?
Canada,
sure.
Like hates.
Yeah, I know.
They must hate the cold and they hate polite people.
Yeah.
Like, it's just okay. Like, if that kind of person gets power, well, then the whole world is doomed. So.
I just want people to know, people in Canada just, like, we talk about Trump, but it's just like, we talk about Trump because it's just so ridiculous. The things he's saying and the things he's trying to sell us on is just, why is he, like, who does he think we are? Like, we're not stupid enough to fall for this.
It's goofy. At least Carney seems to have been holding his own successfully so far. I'll give him that.
I love how Carney, like, the thing about Carney is, Trump actually, like, respected him afterwards, even though it was clearly, like... It would be very hard to say Carney said all that genuinely, you know? That he talked to the people of Canada, and the owners of Canada, sorry, and the owners of Canada said we're not for sale ever. Like, all of that was very clearly constructed. But Trump, like, saw the wisdom in that, and he thought it was funny, so he let it go. Normally, if a leader... Because it's clearly a slight. Normally, when a leader slights him, you're in trouble. What leader was it recently that... There was another blow-up, wasn't there? About some African leader this time.
Macron and his wife? Or right, it was... No, Trump and that... Yeah, the leader of South Africa, the president of that.
Yeah, which is insane.
I remember him, because his name is Cyril, like the Fire Emblem character, Cyril Ramaphosa, I think?
Yeah, because I remember looking at that. For those who don't know, South Africa is a powerful nation. In fact, it might be the most powerful nation in Africa. So...
Probably, yeah.
The fact that he...
Aside from, like, Egypt, maybe.
He called him out while he was why would you? None of that makes any sense to me.
And he
by the
keeps
way,
showing him these videos from like the Congo of these farmers from the Congo getting slaughtered and trying to use that as justification for saying there's white genocide in South Africa. And it's like, come on, man.
I also want to point out, just because you're the president of a country, that doesn't mean, to be clear, most presidents aren't there for more than 4 years, guys. It's a shuffle. So to put it on like one guy for like historical anger and violence is fucked up. Like, there's only so much you can do. So it's a crazy charge to put on any man. And he was like trying to defend himself. Like even if say the president of South Africa put 100% of his effort to resolving these issues, he's not resolving it in 4 years or anywhere remotely. It's just not possible. These things are deep rooted. You can't just be like, you can't just say something crazy like, I will end the Ukraine war in 1 day. Like, you can't say that.
Classic Trumpism, yeah.
But that's how Trump views these things, right? Like, he actually believes he can do these things in a really quick time, even though he's finding out you can't. So
yeah. No.
Funnily enough, it was really funny to hear the South African president did have something really funny to say. At one point, Trump had been talking to him and kind of talking his ear off, and he was like, what if I bet you'd like if I gave you a jet? And Trump was like, yeah, that'd actually be great. I'd like you a lot more if you gave me a jet, like
Saudi Arabia.
Which was really, it was really funny. It was like both of them were, I think, the South African president was being a little tongue-in-cheek, and Trump clearly wasn't like super angry about it. It was funny to see that.
I do respect Trump's humor, because he could have taken a lot more things very, very poorly, but yeah. At the end of the day,
is one good quality.
At the end of the day, I don't think he's as crazy as people make him out to be. I just think,
in some ways, yeah, I think he's crazier in the ways people don't think about, and he's less crazy in the ways people do, if that makes sense. Like, people think, oh, he's like, he can't do everyday tasks, or he can't like function as an adult. Like, no, he can. It's just that sometimes, like, when it comes to like tariffs and stuff like that, that's where he just goes.
His fundamental beliefs are just so different.
Yeah, his beliefs are just really all over the place.
Yeah. The thing is, you don't. I know people don't want to give him credit for this. You don't just end up president twice. That doesn't happen.
No, that's absolutely true.
He knows the game.
Especially
he plays
with that
the game.
Kind of comeback, yeah.
It's just, I wish he was better at more than just playing the game. Like,
that'd be nice.
Leading
for
a
everyone's
country.
sake.
I mean, again, I can't blame him, because at the end of the day, that's what it takes to become president. Harris clearly did not know how to play the game. For example,
it's true. Yeah.
So yeah.
By the way, I'm gonna head out.
All right, take care, Legion. Love you, man.
Fair enough, Mr. Legion.
Love y'all.
Best of luck at work tomorrow. I assume you have it, right? Yeah.
Of course.
Well, I know, but you've had a couple of off days in the last handful of weeks, so I just wanted to check.
Yeah, no.
Wow, these two are truly dating. They know all about it. Their off days.
Well, that's what being in another server with like a regular schedule does to you.
Yep. And we're actually gonna get to meet in person again in like a month. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, in just what 3 weeks or so. Yeah, a little more than that.
Yep.
How nice. Should be fun.
Take care.
Have a good night. Take care.
Adios,
See
Legion.
you guys in like a week.
All right.
Right.
Also, I want to be clear. I'm not anti-Trump despite everything that's happened, because I still think he's like the most fitting American president of all time.
He absolutely suits the American, like what everyone else in the world thinks of America as. He represents that very well.
Yeah.
Rude, big, heavy, blustery. Like tries to get his way at any cost. Like that's
exactly. That's what you imagine.
Rich. Yeah.
But
so
man,
he's what we deserve in some ways. It doesn't make it any less frustrating.
That's also true.
See everything going on.
Because I'm still genuinely surprised that it still doesn't feel like it's real life, guys, with how much chaos is going on in the world right now.
Some days I am just in the afternoon, not even like just woken up or just about to go to sleep, like just in the middle of the day, I'm like, this is like all actually happening. Like, it doesn't really weird.
Like this it feels like I'm living a fan fiction, to be honest.
Yeah, and I can't blame you, because yeah, randomly I'm like, this is happening. Okay.
Yeah, and as someone who like really respects logic, I struggle so much to find the logic in anything anymore.
Yeah.
Like in a vacuum, tariffs are a great thing, in a vacuum, but we're not in a vacuum. You can't look at things like that. So
you can't look at it devoid of context.
Right. So say America does manage this tariff thing, you know what they lose in terms of respect, popularity, communication, integration.
Yeah, unparalleled dominance over the world really is being threatened by this.
Yeah, like you lose so much for a little bit more money, and even then you lose money too, because now everyone's in a trade war with you. So
no,
I don't know how you come out ahead. None of this makes any sense. So Canada, for example,
destructive,
is backing out of like buying American fighter jets at this point, which is billions of dollars. And if it continues to degrade, you're going to lose Canada in NORAD as well. So you're going to lose northern coverage against missiles and whatnot, which is also dangerous. I don't get it. Like, what possible benefit is there?
Really, I mean, there's. I can't explain it well because there's an actual economist who's explained it a lot better than I could.
Yeah.
But it boils down to, from what I can tell, and this isn't like completely confirmed. There's some people in Trump's cabinet have done it, but it's basically like.
By the way, if you saw his cabinet, a lot of them are tools, sure, but they're smart tools. Like
they're
not real people.
Yeah, they have
real successful people. I
experience.
mean, yeah.
Yeah, they genuinely have an agenda, and part of it is I want to say part of it is trying to strengthen the dollar, essentially, to make it so that the dollar is the currency that is valued around the world. But the way
it already
is. Well, yeah, it is, but they want it to be even more so. They want it to be like just.
But let me put it this way:
supercharge the dominance.
I know what you're saying, but like the difference between say 96% and 97% or 98% is so little.
Exactly.
But for the sacrifices you have to do to get that little few percentages, it doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. Yeah. It's fundamentally. I mean, there are a few other factors. I'm oversimplifying it, but fundamentally, it is just. It would be extremely generous. It's just a foolhardy endeavor through and through. And it's just, I don't know. Like and again, to piggyback off of what you said a little bit, like tariffs themselves are not inherently bad. It sounds funny to say that at a time when tariffs are like destroying everything, but the real problem is just in just applying them generally. Like, okay, we're just gonna slap tariffs on everything.
Tariff is just the wrong way to do this.
It's destructive. Yeah. And tariffs are best when they're designed for specific industries that you really want to that have the actual like capability to be brought back. There's manufacturing in the country that you can do. For example, like steel, you could do something with that because there is actually steel manufacturing in the U.S. But with something like phones, like iPhones, developing plants to manufacture those would take like a decade.
Yeah,
and to bring it all back in like no time at all is just like how.
I actually saw someone who pointed out some of these billionaires were there during his first term. And they all made the promise of making these factories, and as soon as Biden won, they stopped. They were just buying time for him to leave office, and they're like, well, they're just going to do it again. So what's going to happen is, I mean, now it's so much worse. They're going to try to play the game and just placate Trump till he's out of office. But obviously, what Trump's going to do is try to stay in office past 4 years, and frankly, you can understand why some Republicans believe in this, because for him to even like facilitate all these crazy things, he has to be in office past 4 years. It's crazy. When you look deeper and deeper into this stuff, it's just crazy.
Like, it gets more insane the deeper you look, honestly.
I just cannot believe this is the world we're in.
No, it's crazy for sure. But I don't know. As it begins to set in more, I don't know if it'll even start to really register more, or if it'll feel just more insane.
Maybe we'll just get used to insane. I
think
I genuinely don't even remember how it was under Obama anymore.
Yeah, that was like that was such a normal feeling time. Yeah.
Yeah, I miss having politics where the most you have to talk about is like once a year or something, you know? Now it's like every day.
Yeah.
Come on.
Things have changed a lot for the worse. And yeah, not to say Obama was perfect, but it's just the stability that era of politics had those 8 years.
I just want to make fun of Obama for drone striking everybody, you know?
Well, yeah, that's the best thing to make fun of him for, because yeah, he was the drone king.
Yeah, because he, like, sure, there's some poor sucker in some Afghan village who just got blown up, but like that doesn't affect your lives. This is very different.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's not even, we're still doing the drone striking part, it's just on top of that.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. People don't even talk about it.
Yeah.
Things are so crazy, the things you should be talking about don't get talked about.
Yeah, yeah. It's not even like, oh, we're marginally better in this area, and then we're focusing on all this other bad stuff. No, it's just, we're the same in that area, and then worse in every other area. So, tough luck.
This is the only time, I think, in the last... maybe even my lifetime where I don't want to look into the future.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I'd be kind of scared to see what the future looks like. Ugh. Like, if I could look into the future, I'd want like a very specific glance of like, okay, this one thing that I'm curious about, but I'm not going to look into like what's going on with everything in the future because I'll just like I'll die of horror. Surely.
That's why I bring all this up, guys. How do we end up here? I've been listening to, by the way, I've never done this before. I mean, I read the news every day, but I don't listen to the news every single day. I've been basically listening to the news every single day since the start of this year. Yeah.
It makes sense. I mean, there's so much going on that it's keeping up with it is the in order to know what's going on.
Just give me the lotto numbers and I'm good. Okay, dude, I wish it was that easy.
If only.
Don't worry about it and focus on the games.
Has been that easy.
I don't think I'm capable of doing that. Like, I know it's not popular for streams to talk about politics because everyone's trying to avoid it, but at the same time, like, it's impossible to say nothing. In fact, if everybody said nothing, that's how it gets worse.
And some streamers are mainly politics streamers now, which is kind of funny. I mean,
by the way, yeah, politics streaming is like the highest rising category of streams.
Sounds about right to me, yeah. It's just in everyone's face so much, politics in general, so why not, get it in an easy to digest format, right?
Yeah. It also feels better because to get it from a streamer than to get it from news outlets, because they're all purchased by one party or another.
Yeah, you don't feel as, even if the streamer has views that line up one way or the other, you aren't like, ooh, like, is this streamer, like, are they being paid for by this person, or is that, like, it's a different dynamic.
Yeah. So. I've been watching a lot of American news, and it always gets to me how one-sided it always is. Okay, let's be clear. Most things in the world are gray. They're not black and white. But they're always presented as black and white. So you can have one network saying the exact opposite of another network, which is insane.
The thing that sometimes scares me the most is when the networks say exactly the same thing, and that same thing is, well, it's not always factually wrong, but it's like it's presented in the same slanted way. Like for example, like something bad that happened to a corporation being presented in a very like, oh, this is like the scariest thing that ever happened on CNN and Fox and every news outlet. Like, so, and it's other people are like, hold on a second, like, is this really like the worst thing? Like, it sounds, sure, it's not like helping a ton of people or anything, but this doesn't sound like how is this affecting me? And meanwhile, these people are panicking about this corporation or this, this thing that doesn't affect people like you, but you really should care about it. Like, that's the thing that gets to me.
Yeah.
Or when it's like, just...
Midnight Royal, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. And yes, he's finally here. The Black Knight.
At last. Man, I never knew if the day would come. I was thinking, will it be Zelgius? will he ever show up in any form as a legendary? And this, it opens the door for, like, Zephiel as well, which would be really interesting, I think.
Oh, also the stuff going in American universities is crazy to me. I can't even believe that's a thing.
That's really spooky.
I don't know why
yeah.
you guys don't want foreign students. It's actually so good. It is so
they're
good.
The backbone of a lot of research that we
They
do.
pay so much money, then they get indoctrinated. Then they stay in your country and they keep working for you, or they go back to their country and have a positive. There's like no drawbacks to this at all. I don't understand this.
Yeah, you become a loyal American soldier, and we get all the money and everything. It's like, come on.
Yeah. Like, sure, they'll have these phases. Everyone has these phases in university where they take a political movement or something, but it's not something they, most of them anyways, don't hold this into their futures, because it's, one, terrible for their careers, and it's stressful and bad for their health. There will be a small portion of people who are truly going to double down and do these things, but the majority of people, it's just a phase. So the fact that
they generally blend into the system after the fact,
So the fact
for
that
better or for worse,
there's a doubling down on like trying to get rid of all these people doesn't make any sense to me. It's a phase.
Yeah, it's certainly certainly counterintuitive to say the least.
I don't even know who I'm working on.
Then
anymore.
again, this administration has been counterintuitive like from day one. So, what are you gonna do? It's like, I don't know. Like, if you wanted American empire to expand, you would just be just do like Bushisms.
No, Len. He said foreign students are fine. Foreign students who cause trouble isn't. That is such a minority, man. Do you truly believe everyone they're deporting right now are all troublemakers? Come on, dude.
That's a slippery slope, yeah.
There's no due process, by the way. They just get deported. They don't go to court or anything. They just get deported. If you truly believe... Let me put it this way. If it was so clear-cut that they're troublemakers, put them in a courthouse within a month, then deport them. It'd be easy.
That's right. It would be if they're so guilty, it shouldn't be any problem getting them through a trial.
Yep. You only skip it if you know you lose that case.
Or you know there's even a risk of you say, well, we've got all these people. They're totally they're totally all criminals. But then if even one of them isn't, then you got a problem. So.
Yeah, I also agree with that. There's this thing where it tests your values. Like, would you have...
That's right, yeah.
It's the train idea. Like, they're both bad options. People will die, get harmed either way, but which one do you take? So do you, let this train run over two people, or this woman who's pregnant? They're both bad, but it shows your morals in these situations.
Bad options. And there's an old philosophical version of that as well, which is just like the idea of, would you rather let 10 guilty people go free or imprison for life one innocent person? It's sort of that idea, and a lot of philosophers, and I think people, I don't know if it's Ben Franklin or Aristotle, but wise people have been like, well, in a just society, I would take the guilty people going free over the innocent person being imprisoned, because if we imprison innocent people, or if we deprive them of their rights, then what's to stop the society from just locking up anyone at that point?
You believe in your news sources? I believe in my news sources. That's not a question of news sources, dude.
That's, I think, a core belief system difference.
Also, that's super problematic. I hope you realize that. Because if your news sources happen to be wrong, but that's all you believe in, what does that make you? That's not a good way of looking at things. Come on. You should know that. It should never be like what I believe in versus what you believe in. That's one of the worst ways to go about these things.
Yeah, it reduces things to,
because it's no longer about facts and logic or right or wrongs. It's about beliefs. Beliefs don't have to be right. They don't have to be supported. Like, I believe my favorite color is red. And you can think otherwise, but I'm going to be right. Like, no, you can't. Because it's about beliefs. It's not something that... You can believe in whatever you want. That's the reality of it. That's why I don't like that kind of argument.
It makes sense that you're a blood VTuber with the red color, I will say. And I know that's why the whole theme became the sanguine and all that. Which is, it's a fun way to do it, though, I must say.
And any society that imprisons criminals will undoubtedly convict innocent people. Sure. It's a question of how much are you willing to let that happen. Again, I didn't...
Ideally, you minimize it.
I didn't dispute any of that. I'm well aware.
Well, yeah, also true.
It's within reason. I always believe in within reason. And within reason involves this very clear-cut thing called due process. So if you're going to skip the court cases, you cannot make that argument that you've done within reason.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I also don't agree with American penal system. I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. There's a lot to criticize with it.
Yeah, it feels like America still thinks people are just born evil or some shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we subscribe to that ideology a lot. A lot of it is that in the criminal justice system there are just so many people who think that, or people who are in charge of it, who think that people are inherently good or evil, and it can be a really toxic mindset. It doesn't allow for any nuance or the idea that, well, maybe the person who did this wasn't evil, but they did it because, they really, they had some reason for doing it, or they really, they were pushed to it, or, looking at the nuance. But, I don't know. It was interesting taking a criminal law class, though, to see kind of how... I
did that in university as well. I thought it was...
Yeah,
it's eye-opening.
For sure, yeah. And it was nice to have it taught by... I had it taught by a guy who was a prison guard for like 25 odd years or something, and then he became a professor after that. And he was kind of he grew to not hate the people in the system necessarily, not all of them, but he grew to really resent the system, and so he wanted to teach about it to make future students who go into it, a little more aware of what it's like. So,
well, I don't even know what you're talking about. This guy says due process for illegal immigrants is deportation. That is not due process.
What? No. It is just the process of removal.
I think
this process is a fair court.
I don't think he understands what due process means.
No. You need to go back to the basics, man. It's not that hard. You just gotta look it up.
The reality is, most countries have procedures, and if you skip through these procedures, you don't have any leg to stand on, because you set it up. This is your system that you establish, and if you skip all these steps, what is that?
Yeah,
it's very clear cut. Like there's nothing to dispute here. Like, yeah, you have to, for illegal immigrants, you have to prove they're legal. Sure, you can detain them, and you have to do it within reason. Like, why are you detaining them? So it has to be signed off by a judge. And then, once you get them detained, you start building that case against them, and then they get their day in court, and then you can deport them if they lose it at that point. But you can't just be like, well, they're illegal because I said so, and now they're deported. Like, no, that's not the same thing. That's not true in the U.S. right now. Well, we're arguing a lot of things aren't right in the U.S. right now.
Yeah. Well, it's not. The argument is not that it's not happening. The argument is that it's happening and it's not good that it's happening.
Just because something happens doesn't mean it was supposed to happen or it was right to happen. Come on.
Yeah.
The scary thing is, like, people are so okay with it until it, like, affects them, which is stupid.
That's one of the scariest parts, is that politics and things that are very real but don't affect us, especially a lot of people in the U.S. are like, they don't realize, and then they're like, oh shit, like this is my friend got caught up in this, like how am I supposed to...
Yeah, then you care.
Do this. Yeah, then you care. Only then.
But that's a horrendous way to live, because the things that you should be doing something about, you're never going to do something about. I get that idea, because no one has the energy to, like, go out and pursue everything. I get that.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But at the same time, at what point do you stand up and realize there has to be something done at least? Oh, okay, Mono, I'm not disputing what's happening. The reason why I'm talking about it is because that's what's happening. I'm aware that's what's happening. Don't worry, man.
It's Mono. Yeah.
Whenever Mono... Alfred picked up on this. Whenever Mono talks about a subject, he will fight you on things that you're not arguing against or even mention. And he'll be right about it. He'll be right about it because he's right. But nobody's talking about these things. It's like arguing, hey, if you look in the sky, at a certain point it turns dark, and at a certain point it turns light. Oh, that's correct. We weren't talking about the sky. We were talking about the sea, for example. Like, just because you brought something up that is true, that does not make your argument true. But when someone isn't paying attention to the topic and they look at it from the outside, they're like, well, what he said made sense. But that's one of the worst ways of like having a discussion, because it's just you get nothing done.
I hate when people try to refocus by going. Mono, I'm not saying, oh, you're a bad person for doing this or whatever. I'm just saying
he does this all the fucking time, dude.
It drives me nuts. I don't like shifting the conversation to like a point that's not being directly addressed, because it doesn't come across as, you know, having an honest, you know, back and forth conversation about like, you know, here's, you know, okay, here's I think about this differently. Okay, you think about that differently. That's great. Now it's
also
doesn't feel great.
The thing that pisses me off most about him is he thinks I care about being right on these things. I would love to be wrong, to be clear. I would love to know the world's better than what I think it is. Come on.
Lovely, I'm sure.
I don't care about being right on these things. Now, if I feel like I'm right, I'm obviously going to put effort into it, because that's the point of a discussion.
Yes, that is true.
So I'm not doing anything irrational or unreasonable. But I would love to be proven wrong. Never do I go into these situations thinking to myself, I'm the only one right. That'd be, well, idiotic.
Yeah, well, that's the hallmark of a stupid person, exactly.
If you take away the possibility of being wrong, are you even a person anymore? Like, what is this?
So the correct terms are used, but Mono, isn't due process? Wouldn't you define that as just, you know, everyone gets their day in court?
I did not define due process incorrectly. Just to be clear, that is what it is.
No, exactly. Huh. That's why I'm trying to clear up what Mono's trying to say here, because I think he was arguing with people in chat about what it means. And I think it's pretty clear. Like,
we had a talk recently about how I think America is becoming borderline fascist, which, to be clear, is not something
absolutely.
I started. A lot of people are saying the same thing.
No, plenty. Yep.
Because if you look at how it works,
first to say that.
If you look at the tenets of what fascism is, America is skewing towards that. Now, does not mean America is a modern fascist country or something, but it's skewing towards it.
No, it doesn't mean it's like every check and balance is gone now.
Yeah. Still. I'm sure it's still in basement, and man, it's just a Mono thing, isn't it? It's just how I can best sum it up.
That may be. I don't know him as well as you do, so I won't make a full judgment, but I understand where you're coming from on that.
Yeah. Not everything is meant to be taken personally, by the way. I know when people talk about things like this and you're directly related to it, you take it personally, but that's not the intention of it.
Sometimes people will just, have very different perspectives, and there may be one that's more rooted in reality, but that is just sometimes how it goes.
Well, here's the thing, Mono. Fascism would never directly fit any country in the world right now. Also, he argued China and Russia's fascist, which was fucking nuts, but alright.
That's, a little off, I would say.
But, no country would fit that definition, because we're talking about fascism 80 years ago. We're talking about it in Italy, Germany. There's no modern fascist nation at this point, so you would never get an accurate matching.
Right. It's sharing a lot of the attributes, not necessarily like people aren't literally saying the words. I won't say them, but the words of those fascist countries.
Yeah.
Well, okay, there are some people, but not the people in power. Like they're just doing a lot of similar things. Is the point people make? Yeah.
So I'm just trying to point this across. It's pretty loaded to just be like define it, and if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. But that's not how this works. Like, right now, Canada's led by a liberal, but it's a neoliberal. Neoliberalism is very close to capitalism. I'll show you guys real quick.
Yeah. They're very intertwined at this rate, yeah.
Okay, so here's neoliberalism. A political philosophy and economic policies that emphasize free market capitalism, limited government intervention, advocates for deregulation, privatization, and tax cuts. Does this sound like a liberal to you? Well, that's what I'm trying to point across here.
Pretty similar, yeah. It seems a little bit more liberal than like a super conservative liberal, like from what I've seen about his past comments.
Right, but the point,
fundamentally fairly neoliberal, yeah.
The point is, it fits a lot of conservative values. Is what I'm trying to say. So you can't just take fascism from 80 years ago, and say, well, it doesn't fit. Well, you wouldn't have, nothing would fit that because it's 80 years ago. You would have to look at what which is why I'm bringing up neoliberalism, because it would not, you cannot. That's just not how this works. It evolves. All these things evolve. But that's why it's so loaded.
Let's see. Yeah,
context bomb's German, so.
Oh, German. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Bomb. It's not, for outside observers. It doesn't literally say liberal or conservative, but the easiest way to define it is just the Democrats they're liberal-ish, and then Republicans are conservative, generally speaking. Though it's, that comes with the whole. There's a lot more to it than that, obviously. Like there's a whole.
I don't even know what America actually fits under, to be honest.
It's
supposedly it's all these things. Supposedly.
It was sort of a neoliberal, like, I guess you could call it a democracy.
There you go. Mono got it right.
And it transitioned.
Political parties are less about values and more about royalty. It's loyalty. It's about loyalty.
Just mistyped loyalty. Yeah. Which is, no, I would agree. There are values in each party, but the most important thing is being loyal to the party.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter what your party does, whether it fits your criteria or not, as long as you're loyal is number one.
Especially these days, it's we see that in the age of Trump, and to some extent that was under Biden. Although Biden was not charismatic enough to have a whole cult of personality around him, except his staffers. But that's another story.
I genuinely wonder what happens 4 years from now when Trump is supposed to be out of office. I say supposed because I'm not convinced he's. The last time this happened, it was the Capitol Hill riots, so I'm not convinced nothing will happen.
There's something a little violent, so we'll see. But God, that'll be. I mean, it feels like a lifetime away. I'll be out of college at that point. Not that that's a lifetime away, but just the idea of like after this whole presidency is like, I just don't know.
I'm not even sure how he's gonna be reviewed as.
I would like to think.
I would not go so far as to say he has a 0 chance of getting a third term.
No, not 0. These days, nothing can ever be truly 0.
Here's the rationale.
Within that realm of possibility.
He can have a pseudo third term. Did you know when Putin technically abided by Russian constitution and he didn't have consecutive terms?
That's right. That was a Jeopardy clue recently. There was for 4 years, between 2008 and 2012, there was a different guy, but Putin was essentially still there, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
He didn't have the same role, but he did basically the same things.
And I want to point this across. Xi Jinping is now ruler for life, but the Chinese constitution prevents him from doing that. But he managed to win everyone over. So I'm not convinced. And people are dubious about this stuff because they don't know about Chinese politics and whatnot. It's more strict than American politics, by the way. It's single party.
Much more.
They do not have leeway for this stuff. So the fact that it happened is insane. I know this is going to sound crazy, people. The fact that he gets to be leader for life is more crazy than Trump getting a third term. So if that puts it in context,
I can kind of see that. Yeah.
That's how insane it is for him to even get that to happen.
They really trust him and his leadership, especially the government. Obviously, there's among younger generations, there's some different opinions, but overall, it's well liked.
Yeah. Also, I can't believe Trump has a cryptocurrency. What the fuck?
The new grift. Yeah. He did that right when he got inaugurated too. That was.
I thought that was crazy. Like we all know this is crypto's a scam. I think everyone knows that.
Oh, of course.
At least with Bitcoin, it has enough of a history that you can start believing in it.
Right. People can. Yeah. People can make a plausible like sort of hey, here's what's going on here. But
yeah, because fundamentally,
crypto is crypto.
Like trading Pokemon cards, it only has value if you believe it has value. So Bitcoin makes sense in that respect because there's enough established faith in its value that its value becomes real. Making your own cryptocurrency and then selling it does not get that.
Yeah, there's problems with that, to be very generous. So, yeah, I feel bad for all the suckers who invest.
I also wonder
in all the
how much money is enough money. Trump, it's not just Trump. Like
it's never enough.
Tons of billionaires. Don't you make enough money? Why do you care so much?
That's the thing. Once you get to a certain point, I feel like
I'm gonna ask you guys too,
but most just want more and more and more.
Yeah, but why? I'm gonna ask everyone here. If you worked super hard and became a billionaire, would you try to earn more billions, or I don't know, just go to the beach with your family and just enjoy your fucking life? I don't know. Like
that would be ideal. Yeah.
I don't understand. Like if it was me, and I made that much money, I just pursue my dreams. Why would I want to earn more money? At a certain point, money has no value. Do you guys know, like, at the super high-end restaurants, there's no price tags. No one even looks at the price. They just order whatever they want, and then they pay it, whatever it may be. Once you get to that point, why do you care? Like, why? If you don't even care to look at costs anymore, why do you care about earning more money? Right? There's a relation there. There should be a relation there.
Yeah, true. The thing I learned more recently, though, is that part of it may be a sort of a mental thing, because the more money you get, eventually you hit sort of a plateau in terms of your happiness, where you can accumulate more and more money and you still won't really get happier. And so a lot of people keep chasing that, hoping that, well, someday, if I just can get enough for this, or if I can do more and more and more, I'll get to that same level, and they never reach it because it's impossible.
Right.
I think that's part of it.
Exactly. With certain people, though, I do understand why they want more money. Like Elon Musk still wants to go to Mars, which
means more influence as well. So that's part of it, I think.
Sure. But I don't know, man. You work so hard for these things. Do you just want to spend the rest of your life working? Is that what this is?
It's a strange. Well, once you get really wealthy, the thing is you don't need to work as much. Or if you do work, you can do it in different ways that allow you to sort of, go around conventional work methods, I would say. So that can help.
I think it's power influence. People are greedy by nature.
Oh, true. Yeah, people are generally greedy by nature. If you give them enough resources to hoard, then yeah.
Okay, well, I think it's very clear what I think about this stuff. I don't know, man. Wealth is...
Yeah, it's a slow poison in the wrong hands, I would say.
The fact that I'm a streamer should prove this much, because I'm in a my career could be very lucrative, but it doesn't interest me because I know to earn that money what it entails and what it represents and what it demands, and I just don't want to do it.
Yep. And it presents, even for people who are willing to work that hard, it can present an ethical or moral quandary as well, because there are very few fields where you can get super, super wealthy that don't involve you trampling on a lot of other people.
Oh, yeah.
So, and even among the ones that do, you could technically argue, like if you're a super high-paid, top-grade professional athlete, like sure, there's a lot less harm involved in that, but also, you did take a spot from someone who could have been a pro, so... Like,
yeah. I'm not so kind-hearted to think to just let someone run you over because it's their dream versus yours. But like,
well, yeah, it's right. That's why I say it's not. That's an example of very little like harm. Like, okay, you took someone's spot, big deal. But if you're like building a business empire, then that can be where more people get hurt. In a lot of cases, anyway.
Well, I just think it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
No, it's endlessly fascinating to me and depressing.
Yeah. So in certain areas, I can understand it. Like if you're Michael Jordan, for example, and your legacy here is the greatest basketball player of all time. I get that.
Yeah. Although you'll get people will fight you and be like, "Hey, hop off LeBron, man."
Yeah.
But I don't have any stake in that race, so I won't debate you. I don't really know which is better. So.
Yeah, but it's just there's a limit. Do people actually want to work forever? Struggle forever? What is the point of that?
A lot of people just have to, and so they suck it up and go.
Because I want to be clear, people think billionaires don't work hard. They work hard. I know some people really just think they just golf all day. No, there's a board of directors. If all you do is golf, they're gonna kick you out. I mean, technically speaking, some probably work like that, but the majority had to really be really smart. I don't want to work at all. Exactly. There you go.
Most people, yeah, if they had the choice, would not do at least like a lot of strenuous work. But the problem is, a lot of them don't have the choice.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cruel world in that sense, but it's reality.
I've experienced this so much from the left. They fight me when I don't even oppose them. It just pushes me more to the right. It's very clear you consider me part of the left, even though I'm clearly a liberal. So,
yeah. It's true.
By the way, in America, it's you're either on the right and everything else is the left. I'm well aware how you guys look at this.
One note in America, yeah.
By the way, that's not how it actually works. Just saying.
Who's the person who said that?
Mono. Of course it was Mono.
I thought it was. I just wanted to confirm because I didn't see it.
It's a very Mono thing to say.
It is. I was gonna say Mono. In one sense, I understand where you're coming from because there are a lot of the problem with as someone who is, I guess I would consider myself more leftist than liberal. But as someone who is on the left, there are a lot of people who are very much the quote-unquote woke schools of like, well, you don't have exactly the same opinions as me, so I'm gonna, make a game out of being the more correct one. My morals are more correct than yours, and
no, that's
everyone
stupid.
Who deviates. Yeah,
virtue signaling is stupid. Being right is stupid. None of that matters.
And so that's why, yeah, Mono, you have to acknowledge that. But at the same time, I think part of what you have to acknowledge is that if you keep drifting to the right, just because people are, there are people who you don't like on the left.
Oh, that's also true. That's also stupid.
Well, yeah, I think it's more your own. I think it's more your own decision at that point. If you dislike there are plenty of people on the left to dislike. Even people who I completely agree with have terrible ways of going about things. So it's not like I have uniform agreement with them. But the reason I land on the left is because it more ideologically aligns with what I believe in my, value system. So I try not to let, annoying people or stupid people or, people who I try not to hold the opinions of in high regard anyway, to let them influence me that much. I mean, there's, everyone's...
Wait, Mono says he's not even on the right. Well, then where are you?
Well, yeah, where would you say you are?
Dude, as someone who's spoken to you so many times, you are clearly on the right, but where are you then? Where do you consider yourself? Because I've spoken to you.
I'm going to guess that he says he considers himself a pragmatic centrist, but I think that in reality, it's a little more right-leaning than that.
What the fuck, dude? He says, I'm not even on the right, I'm just saying the left is not friendly. And when I ask, where are you then on the political spectrum? He says, huh? What are you talking about? How's this possible?
Oh, Bob, universal basic income is what UBI is. It's something that's been proposed in some different countries. Andrew Yang was a politician who was a big...
No, hold on. Hold on. Are we under an impression that you cannot be on one direction and not have any faith and belief in anything from the other direction?
Well, yeah, that's the problem.
Mono, what are you saying right now? I could be a full-blown communist and still believe in the free market, dude. I know that sounds crazy, but there's a lot of people who like that in the world, where you accept many things on the other side and you believe in it, because you don't believe it would work otherwise. So there are modern communists, and they believe in the free market. That's
no, Mono. I think we're doing the opposite. Or sorry, well, maybe not we, but I think he's doing the opposite of purity testing you and saying that there's just because you have one belief doesn't make you, completely on one side or the other. That's
exactly what I'm saying.
The wrong part. The what makes you on one side or the other is the majority, or like the whatever you most align with. There are gonna be like I've
You're never gonna be 100% on any side unless you're an idiot.
Yeah, I had a coding teacher in high school who was I found out he was a registered Republican, but he believed in abortion and in like several other very liberal well, maybe abortion's not super liberal, but it's, a more liberal standpoint than most conservatives have. So but he still was a Republican. So it's not like, by having a couple of different values, it doesn't overall mean that you're exactly aligned with like the middle between those values, if that makes sense. It just means you might have a couple liberal values, and you might be mostly conservative. Like that's just how things go sometimes.
That's normal. I don't understand. You're purity testing me in the sense that you pegged me as the right wing. I said you came off as... I'm not purity testing you at all. I don't care where you are. I'm just asking where you think you are. How is me asking where you think yourself is pure... How is this possible? I'm not even questioning... I'm not testing you. What the hell? Oh my god. I'm just asking a simple question. Where do you think you are? Where do you consider yourself?
Yeah, well,
it's like asking someone what their favorite color is. What do you like? What do you think yourself as?
Libertarian left.
This is crazy.
I mean, I could see the libertarian. I know you have universal basic income has some libertarian affiliation, but from what I've seen of what you say, Mono, it seems like you align more on the libertarian right side of things.
That is what I feel as well. Not that it matters, because I don't care about where you are. Hey, if it's not obvious yet, I don't care where anyone is on the political spectrum. I value as you.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you're a terrible person.
I don't care what you believe in.
Very extreme exceptions, but like outside of that, like you can pretty much be anything and still be a fine person.
What makes me right? I don't care what makes you right. It doesn't matter.
He might be saying what makes me right wing.
Oh, okay. Let me catch up real quick. Unfortunately, most people in the US are stupid when it comes to politics. It's all our team or you're evil. Yes.
Yes.
The night you got it.
It's very tribalistic.
You got it. That's exactly why I bring all these things up. It does not matter where you are. Treat people based on how they treat you as people, not what they identify as. That's stupid.
That's true. That's the ideal, yeah.
Don't call me right then. I didn't. I said you came off as someone who's right-winged.
Yes, which I would agree with as well, yeah.
I would...
And again, Mono, that doesn't make you, like, everything you believe in is right-wing. It's just, based on what you've said, you seem more right-wing than left-wing.
Exactly. Which is what I think as well. Look, dude, you might say I'm biased because of our personal history. Dex here is not biased at all. He's just basing it off what he experienced himself. And he says the same thing. It's not me being biased.
I have nothing against you, Mono, and I've talked to you before, and I haven't been like, ooh, this Mono guy, like, I never want to talk to him again. That's my opinion as well, yeah.
I do have a hard time listening to Europeans talking about American politics because it comes from a place of hating the US 90% of the time. Well, please see it from their perspective. America's been shitting on them for a while now.
Yeah, you gotta take into account, it's a two-way street there, so.
I'll be honest, like, as a Canadian, you should be very well aware Canadians love Americans, and we would love to continue loving Americans. You're essentially our brothers. Because
it tests your patience a little bit when we're like this, though, I imagine.
Yeah, but Canadians have a notion, I mean, the belief and faith in Canadians being very friendly and open and accepting, and Americans are still putting that to the test with everything that's going on. Like, you can't blame the Europeans, because as Canadians, we're very pro-American, generally speaking. It's getting really hard to be pro-American.
I've seen the polling before all this tariff stuff happened, and Canadians were very pro-America, but...
Yeah. So no one's trying to hate America. Like, ideally, we don't have any like I hope people understand, like most of the world was fine with America being quote unquote #1 in charge. Most of the world was fine with that until recently. So it's not like we're all your enemies or something. No, we were fine with you being on top of everything.
You said you feel like you have zero political statements. Well, I can name two for you. The universal basic income is a pretty political thing, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that is political in nature. And then two, the stuff about the mass deportations and the due process stuff, that is also political. So those are two that I can name just off the top of my head. There are more. But
all right, Midnight, I'm going to point this out to you. What's more important, talk or action? I would say action. So what country does Canada trade most with? America. Do they have to do that? And we're going to quickly see in the coming years that the shift between trading. Okay. So maybe not trade is not the best example. What about travel? Why do most why do most Canadians go to America? What about societal integration? Why do most Canadians live or move to America? Right? The action says very clearly that this country, Canada, is very pro-American. Why do we follow America into all these weird wars? Like, we didn't want to go to Desert Storm. Nothing happened to us.
Oh.
Like, there's a lot of things out there that it looks like because people voice it out. You should never listen to the vocal minority. Pay attention more to the action. Money talks. Action obviously talks. And all those things very clearly says this country, Canada, is very pro-American. Until recently.
Right, Mono, you never said you were for or against, but weren't you trying to correct... Weren't you saying the due process was something different than what people were claiming it was, which was the definition that everyone has their day in court?
Yeah, I mean...
That was what I thought was the debate there.
Yeah, because when you say things like that, people will interpret it, that means you took the other stance, because that's what that's what the right takes. They think this is okay. Well, not all of them, obviously, but enough of them think this is alright.
Yeah, Bob reiterated it to remind me. Yeah, you called the illegal deportations due process. Yeah, that's what came off as one of the things.
Oh, that's correct.
Right wing. Yeah.
That's very hard to misinterpret.
Yeah. No, just shut up about politics and talk about anime titties.
I'm all for it. Don't worry, I'm all for it. It's just it's hard not to.
Oh, it looks so good on this big screen, though. Getting all these.
If you guys rewind
in the lobby
to when I first started streaming, I was always politically active. But why did I not talk about politics? Because there was nothing to talk about. It's that simple.
A lot less. Yeah.
When I first started streaming,
it was the early Trump presidency, but it wasn't like the biggest things were like, oh, he said something mean. Like it was very different.
Like he didn't actually do that much stuff that was truly crazy. If anything, if he did, it was very temporary. Like he did do terror stuff, but it was like an acceptable increase that everyone was just like, okay, well, sure.
Bite it, yeah. So the illegal deportations isn't illegal anymore. Well, I don't know if I. Oh, the Alien and I see. You're talking about the Alien Enemies Act, and you're saying that that's why it isn't illegal. Okay. Well, that's something that's currently being processed in court, so I wouldn't go so far as to say that it has to be. They have to actually determine it before it's determined to be officially legal or not. I would say it leans very much on the side of, from what I know of American law, and from what a lot of scholars and legal professors know of American law, towards illegality. But that's my personal perspective, based on what I see. If they were illegal, then people would sue. No, but Mono, that's the point. People are going through the courts to sue and to block that action right now. Like the ACLU, for example, is one of those institutions that's trying to block these actions from happening. And it's currently going through courts. A lot of different cases. So it's just hard to keep track of everything because there are so many of them.
Oh, yeah. There are so many of them.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Okay.
More reviews? No, I'm gonna go to bed soon. I'm gonna get my dailies and I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah. I really want Killer Wife, D Killer Wife. I love her outfit.
Oh, she's really good.
Did you see?
Apparently she's good.
At one point, she was the best burst one. Well,
oh, that's pretty impressive.
Best overall burst one. I think that makes more sense.
Okay, yeah, because she does still seem quite high up there, not the highest, but I've been looking at the .gg website, and it's been interesting to give me some more insight.
What is this 2-minute video that you sent me? I'm too tired to react to anything. I'm burnt.
496, oh my god, you're so high in the Tetra Tower. I'm only at like, what, 50 in the Tribe Tower? Like, my god.
Oh, you'll get there.
Long way to go. Yeah, it'll take some time.
Please do not hate me, but I never was into D-Killer Wife. I would never hate people for their preferences. I'm not that guy.
Sad.
Come on. I don't care.
I don't hate you either, but I'm a little sad because Killer Wife is how could anyone not like her? And she is Byless VA in English too. It's so fitting.
Yeah. I want to be clear. Most of these things don't matter to me. It's just. I'll say something. I'll say something because it's just funny. I like poking fun at you guys and seeing your reactions, but I don't actually feel much about it. Imagine being a streamer through all these years and you take everything personal. How would that even work? Oh fuck! I lost. All right, well. More views tomorrow. Yes, I will have to do it tomorrow. Alright, I'm too tired of looking at this. Let's vote with the majority. No idea who that is, that's fine. Here's what I'm gonna say.
I like too. I have one merge on her. I have to get used to the term core burst on her.
She's cute. That's all.
She is very cute. Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna sum this stuff up, guys. Just be open-minded. It doesn't matter if people disagree. It's better that people disagree. You don't want to be you don't be around everyone who disagrees with you. Then you'll never get anything done. You'll never even identify what's wrong. So it's good to have disagreements. Now you might get frustrated about it, but it's good to even put yourself through that process because that way you challenge yourself to listen, to hear, to accept, to work with other people. Like it's good. It's fundamentally good.
And you don't ever have to, agree with well, obviously you don't have to agree with everyone, but you can have a group of people who you still very much disagree with, as long as you treat them as human.
Silver has a massive dong, or 20 inches.
What the Hey, take that to Guinness World Records, why don't you?
Right,
wait, is this a new event, or is this just an event that you did by...
No, it just started.
Oh, okay.
Today.
Oh, just started.
Now.
Okay. Oh, yeah, because Arcana's event is over, and then the update. Yeah. I love Arcana. She's so nice.
Right now? Okay, no problem.
I love her hair, and I love her little like giggle animation. It's very sweet.
Well, she's gone now, huh?
Oh, I got her already though.
I'm just saying it's been unpleasant talking politics with the two of you. Mono, you never reflect upon your own words and your own actions. It's very clear. The things you say are very one-sided, and when people interpret it correctly and accurately, you don't like it. Do you ever take responsibility for your own actions and words? Just wondering. I'm not even someone who cares, because you know how I feel about you. I genuinely don't care. I value you as a person for yourself. But you always say this shit, and then you're always so surprised when people react correctly to it. Or normally to it. It's weird.
Mono, I think you view it as unpleasant because we just, have different views than you. But if that's unpleasant, then it's like that might be a sign to be like, okay,
you're right.
do I just, do I find talking to people of a different political view unpleasant? What
I think you're right.
Say? Like,
My hands are too slippery.
It's just because of differing views. Because I don't even think, for example, I don't think you were aggressive against him or something.
No. Yeah. I mean, I've had a couple of spirited discussions with him, but I've tried not to be personal at all with him. And obviously, in this conversation, I've been trying to be hands off and not being aggressive or anything, being charitable. But yeah, I think at that point it may just be. I'm not saying you got to get better as a person. You're a terrible person, but just I think on this area it might be an area to look into in terms of like maybe my viewpoint is a little narrow here.
Okay. Bomb asking about PP sizes. I actually would be interested in finding out who has the largest PP in the world. I think I googled it at one point. But the thing
I unwillingly heard about it at some point. It was in some like record book or something,
what's the record?
And I was like, oh god. I'd have to look it up because I kind of scrubbed it from my memory.
It just
Here
feels
we go.
condescending and oh god, dude, I have said multiple times I don't care about being right, and I would love to be wrong. How could that be condescending? Oh, whatever. I can't even. I don't even know what else to say. When the other party makes it very clear to you they don't even care about being right, and they don't even care about your viewpoints on this because they won't take it personally. Ah, jeez. If this is still too much for you, you should probably just never talk politics. I don't know if anyone's seen someone be aggressive in politics. This is not what it looks like.
That's true. Political aggression can be insanely toxic, and this is, yeah, compared to that, really likely. So.
You can look up these heated political arguments, and this is not that.
Supposed to fight in this outfit.
Apparently the largest verified one is 14.4 inches in length. So yeah, the 20-incher should take his Guinness World Records for the victory lap.
It's statements like that, if this is too much for you. Well, this is out of exasperation, dude. You never, like, understand why. This guy never... Okay, it's very clear. You never look at your own actions and your own words. I said all that because of what you said. Because I'm exasperated by how you feel about this. You can't slap someone in the face and then be confused when they slap you back. Genuinely. You have to look at your own actions, your own words. Yeah, I keep attacking people. Why do they attack me? Exactly. Why do you just never... Whenever, like, these things happen, this guy's, like, confused. Why did it happen? It must be you against me. Like, that's what it feels like, man. When I mentioned to each, we believe in your own news, you mentioned my news could be wrong as an example of how wrong this kind of belief is. I said more than that. I was saying you should never have the fundamental belief that what you believe in is correct, is what I was saying. Which is to say, you can't just simply say, I believe this, you believe that, because that takes away facts and truth. Because you can believe in whatever you want, is the fundamental takeaway from that. So I'm not even saying you're wrong, I'm just saying you should not think like that, because then when you are wrong, you're not even going to take a look at it. And that's not to say you are wrong. That's just to say if you think that linearly, you're going to miss tons of things. Again, you're just talking down to me. Oh god. Okay. I'm starting to... This happens so often in Mono, I cannot tell if he's doing it on purpose, to be honest, guys. I'm not talking down at you. You literally pointed this out, and I explained it to you. Listen, you should just not talk politics if, on the emotional level, you take everything personally. That's my recommendation. Because I can guarantee you, none of this was personal.
The only two sources he gets the sizes from are...
I don't disagree, that's not right, but everyone now is like that. Well, my counter-argument is why be a part of the problem if you recognize it's wrong. You're right. I think that's what everyone does nowadays, especially if you're in America. It's me against you, it's my opinion against your opinion, there's no in-between, which is where the truth often is. It's the wrong way to go about it, but that's what it is. But then, if you know it's wrong, why be a part of it is what I'll say.
Commencing operation.
If everyone just gives in to quote-unquote wrong,
Commencing operation.
then I guess it's no longer wrong anymore for starters, but
Alright.
It never fixes anything either, so.
Dispatching now.
But who determines what is objectively right? Well, some things aren't arguable, for example.
That's true. Some are, but some just outright aren't.
Yeah.
Like the definition of due process, for example. That, I would say, isn't arguable.
Right. So if we're gonna so let's go with an example. Let's talk physics first. Gravity's real. You can't dispute that. So if you jump off a bridge right now, you're gonna plummet. That's just how it works, right? The world is round. that should not be arguable, because, again, that's proven with science. Yeah, people will argue that. You know where I'm going with this? Like, there are lots of things out there that you can prove. Now, when it comes to, like, quote-unquote opinions, there are things out there that you cannot opinionate on. So, for example, if you're American, you have a constitution, which protects many rights. So, you might disagree with it, sure, but you can't argue against it, because that's just how the country is ran. Fundamentally, maybe one day it shouldn't be that way, but then you gotta go through that process, but for now it is. So, things like laws. You really can't argue against it, because it is the law right now. May not always be the case, but it is what is established right now and what people as society agrees upon. So I'm trying to establish there are tons of things in the world that you really can't argue on. I can't just rob someone and say, well, it wasn't a robbery. I didn't steal, you know, like it wouldn't work that way.
Yeah.
Oh, my man's in ads. Kenza, welcome back.
Welcome.
If you were a right-wing plant, you'd be a good job so far. Mono, I don't think you can argue if you're...
That's a little much.
Whenever I do this independently with Mono, people look at it from the outside and they're like, Mono makes sense. You're probably just overreacting. But when you're a part of it, you quickly see, when you actually pay attention, you quickly see. There's something more than just right and wrong here. In fact, I don't even think it's about right and wrong. And I'm going to be clear, right and wrong doesn't matter. When people are, like, I hope people understand, when you argue these things with random people, or friends, or family, it doesn't matter. Unless it's, like, someone who can actually do something, it really doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
So, why do people take it so personally? It doesn't matter. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying you make your own side sound super unappealing. Well, I'm in the middle, which means I accept both sides. So if you believe that, everything's unappealing. You realize, politically, I'm in the middle, right? There are lots of things I believe in that contradict both sides. So that's what it means to be in the middle.
Yeah, I would say that the Liberals in Canada are a pretty centrist party overall.
Yeah.
So you being a part of that makes you, you know, at the very least, align with a party that's, you know, pretty centrist. Maybe center-left, but still centrist overall.
I just think as long as things are reasonable, like you can understand it. You might not agree with it, but you can understand it. Then it's fine.
Mm-hmm. That's ideal, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not even... For me, it's never been about what I want. It's about what's understandable. Mm-hmm. And I think that's all you can ask for. Because the world won't work the way you want it to work. All you can ask for is to
unfortunately not.
be able to understand it. Because if you can't understand it, then that's when things really get iffy. Not just from the perspective, well, you don't know what it is. But as long as you can understand it, you can accept it, is where I'm going with this. And if you can accept it, then it's fine. Fine enough. I like how Andre's trying to explain this.
Oh, Andre, you're saddled with an unenviable task.
Guys, do you take politics personally? Just wondering. Now, you will take it personally when it directly affects you. That's different.
Yeah.
Like if a change, for example, you need Medicare. Oh, sorry, your grandparents need Medicare, and a change takes that away from them. Then of course you care. That's different. But like just talking about something where there's nothing at stake. I'm always surprised when people take it so personally, because it doesn't change anything. The only political issues I take personally are gun control issues.
Is that because it affects you personally as a gun owner?
Yeah.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
But it wasn't that what I said. All right, sure.
Well, I mean, I get the idea of, you know, when an issue directly affects what you do, it's easy. It's
that I can understand when people take it personally at that point, obviously.
Yeah. But when it's a political issue that is just kind of, you know, out there, and you take all those issues personally, it can be a little much.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say it right now. When people talk about trans rights, I just tune out. It's not that I don't care; it just doesn't affect me. When people decide on something, I'll just accept what they decide on. That's how I feel.
Yeah, if Americans were more of that mentality, or well, some Americans were, things would ironically be more equal because it wouldn't be a whole like bickering over that. Although, and there wouldn't be a whole lot of laws that are like specifically at those people. It would basically be just like, you know, whatever.
I see the same thing for religion, by the way. I'm not trying to like outline one group of people or whatever. It's just if it doesn't affect you, why do you?
A few issues sometimes are just
sure. Yeah. There's no need to take everything personally.
This is true.
Especially when it doesn't affect you. That's the crazy thing when people. The craziest, like as someone who's been in our Discord long enough, you've probably seen people take issues with things that do not affect them at all, which is insane.
Oh yes.
And it's not just our Discord; it's just people do it all the time, and I don't understand why.
In general, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. It takes different forms. Sometimes it's just people posturing. They want to say
they want to appear right or
best
whatever.
Person in the room.
I guess.
Other times they genuinely feel that way, and they just are going about it in a very frustrating way of like just, you know, bouldering over everyone who thinks differently.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it affects someone they know, and so they feel more strongly about it. I don't know. It's unfortunately, I think a lot of the first one happens of people just wanting to look right, and so they talk about it.
Yeah, that actually triggers me when people take on like causes and motions and notions that they do not represent or get affected by remotely. That's crazy to me.
It can be.
You're not personally insulted by it, but you're taking it on for some reason.
Yeah. Like, I can see it for, you know, a cause, like a good cause in general. Like, you know, I want to stand up for dementia patients because we need more, you know, more research for them, and it's a really terrible thing. Okay, like, that's, if you don't have dementia, you're doing that, totally, you know, good on you. But, like, taking issue with someone who has a different opinion on, I'm trying to think of a good example of this. Like, just in general, I guess I could just generalize by saying someone, like, you take issue with, like, something that affects, like, a race of people, or, like, a social class or something, and you're not of that, and you're like, hey, how dare you talk this way about that people? Like, that is just unacceptable. I can't with you. Like, that kind of posturing is just like, oh my god. Like,
you can identify it's bad or something, but when you take it personally, that's a bit much.
Right. It's, you can disagree without always resorting to the, people who try to, and I mean, to be fair, there was kind of that era in internet culture where it was that way, and now it still exists.
Oh, I think
it still exists. But now a lot of it is kind of like this. Yeah, it does. But then you've got people who take it to the other extreme of like, if you care about this group of people, I hate you and them too. And it's like, if you care about them, I'm gonna destroy you. Like that's the other side of it has swung in a disturbing direction. So. Yeah.
As for the question, did I pull for her? No, I'm not gonna gamble for her. I'm glad she's out of.
Who are you pulling for, or
K.
not gambling for?
I'm not going for K. I'm glad she's out NPC hell, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. Eve is about to come here with Stellar Blade.
She seems cool, but I don't. Oh right, yeah. There's that collab crossover in both both Stellar Blade itself and in Nikke. I didn't realize that they were bringing Eve over to Nikke too.
Yeah, it's. I'm sorry, it's not Fire Emblem Heroes, dude. They're doing a proper crossover.
Well, no, I have become fully aware of. Yeah, I was there for there in spirit for the Evangelion one. But I didn't really play much during that time. So. Yeah.
I recommend everyone wishlist K because she's interesting, but that's about as much as I can say. I don't know. I think she'll be more interesting in the future, just not now. Doesn't fit right now.
I think her design is okay, but I prefer her squad mate D a lot more, I will say.
Okay. KC!
But I have seen her in the...
KC!
She's voiced by Amber Lee Connors. Oh, no. Oh, that makes it so hard for me to resist her. Oh,
I want to point this out. Casey is only here because the Thunder have made it to the finals. I'm happy for you. I know whenever you show up and you're very happy, I know what has happened. I'm happy for you. I'm glad you guys have a chance of winning it all. I also think it's way too early because the Thunder are so young. But I want you guys to win. Why not? Fuck the Pacers. Assuming it's the Pacers. By the way, in NBA and NHL, every finals right now is 3-1. Except for Lightning, who just... sorry, Thunder, who went 4-1 because they won. But it's so one-sided right now in terms of results.
It's usually, I assume, pretty
That's
neck and
tight.
neck with most teams.
Yeah, it usually goes down to Game 7, like final game to win it all.
Oh yeah, okay, that does ring a bell. Yeah, Game 7 is for that in parlance here and there.
Yeah. So for those who don't understand, like if you go 4-1, it's considered a gentleman's sweep. Right? You let them have one game, so they don't feel that bad about it. But normally that doesn't happen. Normally it's pretty tight, and this has not been very tight at all. Well, the individual games could be tight, obviously, but the results have not been. Okay, yeah, so the reason why K is not that special, guys, because if you read everything... Like, who is this for? There's nothing special about her whatsoever. It's the idea of this fulfillment of righteousness and tilted scale. So, crit rate up, and reduce max ammo capacity but increase attack damage. So,
oh, that's an interesting trade-off. Huh.
Yeah, the idea is there, and this is why I'm saying she's someone who makes more sense in the future when other Nikkeis are designed to take advantage of these things. Right now, there's just too few Nikkeis who take advantage of this stuff. And before someone...
Is there, like, not a Nikkei who adds a bunch of max ammo capacity?
There are.
Or is that...
There are.
Oh, there are.
So there are Nikkeis who want less ammo to trigger final shot skills, and there are Nikkeis who want more ammo.
Okay.
So they never reload in order to loop with their abilities even better.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. But in this case, it's one of those situations where, one, it doesn't do enough. Damage up, crit rate up is cool. You don't argue against damage. But who actually gets taken to the next level here? And currently, I don't think there's anyone who gets taken to the next level.
I see. So it's one of those cases where, like, the potential is there, but she doesn't currently have, like, an ideal partner for what she's trying to do.
Yeah. So I can see her in a fast reload team, a fast reload team, a final shot team, but that's basically it. And I don't know why you would want that, because that's not really the meta right now. But again, it could change in the future.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't something kind of interesting happen with Arcana, though? She pairs really well with a unit who was kind of languishing. Isabel, that's right. Yeah.
But even then, we took a look at the results. It just makes Isabel better, but still not worth it.
Like, catapult her into the top tiers, huh? Okay.
Yeah, so basically, with Isabel, what people are looking for, therefore, is Isabel to get a treasure. So then it all comes together and she becomes a Nikkei that you should build. But she's not even there yet. She's above average if you make this combination. But imagine building two Nikkeis to just get an above average result. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's heavy investment for, like, medium at best returns. So yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
Does Arcana work well in other teams, or does Isabel help her function as well?
No, Isabel's terrible.
But I mean, Arcana on her own, does she work okay in other teams?
Mid is the best way to describe it. So you have way better options.
That's a shame. Yeah.
So both Arcana and K, look, it's very obvious. Shift Up is smart. They want us to skip. They want us to use our money, our pulls on, very specifically on the Stellar Blade crossover, because they can parade that to their shareholders and make it look really super good. Let me point this out. If you have average results throughout the year, and overall it's above average as a result, because there's no down periods, right? That looks good, but that doesn't grab headlines. What does grab headlines is like, oh,
splash.
We're making 300% more money this month versus last month, even though purposely you tanked last month.
Yeah, you could, right, exactly. Investors will like that. And, I mean, they might still be able to read between the lines, but on paper it is, I mean, technically it would be a big increase. Yeah. Looks good no matter which way you slice it.
You look like a cute hair Bishi from Diabolic Lovers. Not forever, I'm gonna do a V2, but yes, people say that a lot. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for identifying that, even.
I didn't know that was a common thing people said.
Isabel enables Arcana's kit. Yes, also Isabel is one of the few Nikes in the entire game that shortens her burst time. Because...
Oh yeah, which is normally not good, but...
There are a couple Nikes who extend your burst time, like Modernia and like Soda. And then there's like one Nike
okay, so that's why
shortens her
my
burst
time's been feeling pretty good with Modernia,
Yeah. And usually it's bad to shorten it, because in full burst, you get attack advantages.
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits, it seems like.
Yeah, and of course, your team also focus fires. Like, there's nuances to it. So you usually don't want to shorten it, but because of Arcana's kit, which wants you to shorten it to fully take advantage of it, they work together.
Oh, okay, so that's why. Okay,
so
now I see why they work together.
Is another character that technically could be very good one day.
What?
So long as they keep developing more of these kinds of Nikes.
Interesting. Okay. I guess I'll keep her in the back for now. Maybe I'll experiment with her. I mean, she's very cute, so I will try her. She's in the synchro device. So there's that.
The main reason you want to short burst times to get more total burst in a fight. So here's the thing about that. Then why do people like Soda? Well, Soda gives you... I like how Shift Up is addressing this, because there are advantages to both extending your burst time and shortening your burst time. So let's go with Soda, who's a more... I don't like using Modernia as an example because she's so old at this point. Soda's a better indication of what Shift Up has in mind.
Let's see, Soda, remind me. I've heard her name, but she is... Which one here?
Here. So why is Soda...
yeah, her.
Why is Soda a good idea? So when number of golden chip is active as 30 and above, affects self-attack up. It's not this one. Additional effects trigger according to number of golden chip stacks. Previous effects trigger repeatedly. Number of golden chip stacks down by 17 after effect applied. Oh, here's the... Here it is. So when entering burst stage 3 affects all allies. Additional effects triggered according to number of golden chip stacks. Previous effects trigger. So time extension, full burst time duration up by 2 seconds. So you're extending it. And then when you get golden chip 20 stacks, you're extending it by another 3 seconds. So it's 5 seconds now. Which, as Mono pointed out, the more full bursts you get, the more triggers of it you get. So more specials and whatnot. So why is this good of extending it? Well, there are advantages to be in full burst. Shotgun teams currently do not have CDR, cooldown reduction. So you can't, even if you could burst quicker, you're waiting for cooldown to drop. But it's more than just that, because of this, the golden chip stacks. As you build your stacks, there are more advantages for her and her team.
Damage. Okay, yeah.
And every time you burst, you lose 17
it builds
stacks.
up. I see. So you're incentivized to burst over and over.
Or you're incentivized to delay the bursts for her
to delay it. Okay.
To white bless the chips up and get more uptime on it.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're addressing it both ways, which is interesting. So you have Nikes that want it to be longer. You have Nikes that want to be shorter. Now, I'm not about to bring... Not about to say this is the be-all and end-all, because it's not. You absolutely don't have to run Soda in shotgun teams and whatnot. But you can see, like, they're putting a lot of thought in it. Because most games don't do that. It's one or the other, not doing both sides of it.
So yeah, you got both pieces of the puzzle there. And then when you combine them, you get something at least pretty interesting to work with, it seems like.
Yeah, they're very imaginative with how they're addressing the game, because there's so many nuances that they can adjust and make a character interesting in, and they're actually doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm only just scratching the surface. Oh, I did recently get this Alice, which was nice. She was on my wish list. I think because she was just really good. I don't hate Alice, but she's not like my favorite girl or anything. Or wait, was it? Oh, no, that's right. No, it wasn't even on my wish list. It was from a random, an SSR, like, crystal pull. That's right. Oh, yeah, Nagas has a bunny outfit. That's right.
Alright. Anyways, we're calling it a night. My god. I got everything done.
That's good.
This is
oh yeah, Pirate Mast and Bredy. I've been trying them out together, but Mast, I think she really needs Anchor, or sorry, Maid Mast needs Maid Anchor to really function, right?
Yes. Because otherwise she's drunk and she stuns herself.
Oh no. That's true. I do see her drinking the beer in her role.
Okay, we're at 30 out of 32. UR starts tomorrow, guys. Last chance to join before UR begins. Maid Mass doesn't need Maid Anchor. I mean, she still functions, but she still gets stunned. So if your argument is you can just take that stun, then sure. She clearly doesn't function perfectly like that. Come on.
I would have to do like a trio of Bredy, Mast, and Anchor there. Then it would be functional, I think. Because Bredy likes she's a few units she gets the food buffs off of. Maid Mast is one of them. And then a couple others, I forget who, but I don't think I have the others yet.
Got knocked down to 10 the other day. What, Silver? What's going on? Climbed at hit twice to get to 3 before reset, went to work maintenance, get back. He's got attack me, so I get 3rd right back away. But you lost the maintenance time.
As your unit is competitive, right?
Yep. We're gonna go for top 100. We're 57th last time.
Oh, very impressive.
With all the drama, we lost a couple of people.
Oh, ouch, yeah.
I'm gonna just say this. I'm so fucking sick of people bringing up problems after the fact. Like, I can't do anything once you've left, once you've decided to leave. I'm always confused by the lack of communication. And it's not like, hey, you don't provide opportunities to speak. I provide so many opportunities to speak. And people choose not to say anything. It just drives me nuts.
That's a pet peeve of mine as well, is people not... communication is so important, and communicating problems especially.
Yeah. Why is everyone happy to be a passenger in the world? Like, if you can see something's wrong, I don't get it.
Just say something. I don't know. Sometimes it's just easier for people, and it's the problem is it may be easier in that moment, but then by the time
it's not easier in the moment. When you do that to yourself in life, you will be burned multiple times for it.
Well, that's true. Well, that's what I mean is that later down the line, maybe even just very soon, you'll realize, oh shit, like this really didn't work out well by not mentioning this. So it's even very quickly after you're gonna realize how bad it can be.
So guys, never do that yourselves. You're a sentient being that can communicate, so just do that, please.
That's what I experienced with the girl I was talking to. She just, I asked her what was going on. She wasn't being communicative. She was just like, I was like, did I do something wrong? And she was like, no. But she just still wasn't responding to me via text. And it was like, do you still want to do stuff? Kind of busy. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I just
is that frustrating?
That's the end of that. It is frustrating, yeah, but it is what it is. I mean, we had a good early run of things, but that's how it goes sometimes.
See, people don't care is the reality of it. If she really cared, she would tell you what was wrong, so at least you'll learn something from it. But she doesn't care.
Yeah.
And that's what most people are. They don't care. Why bother?
Because she was the one who first expressed that interest. So it's like why I feel like you owe me at least a little bit of an explanation. But I just was like, okay, at that point I just
it would be fair to give you an explanation. That would be fair.
Yeah, exactly. It would be fair.
Lots of things in the world should be fair. Unfortunately, people don't give a damn about fairness until it affects them.
That's the only unfair thing. Exactly. But it's okay. I mean, it's been a couple weeks since that happened, and we weren't in a full relationship anyway. So it's like I like to think of it as, hey, I avoided getting burned too hard by it.
Okay, well now you're just coping. Don't do that to yourself, dude.
I know it's a little bit of that, but it's at the very least we literally weren't in a full relationship. So
I know.
It's
100%. How much time was I was off by? Oh, god damn it! I should have logged this account.
Jesus, that's quite a pose. That's not Helm, is it? Or
that is Helm.
Oh, it is Helm. Yeah, I love Helm. I haven't pulled her yet, but I want to. Isn't though her base form is pretty mid, isn't it?
No, she's really good now.
Oh, is it? Did she recently get a really good addition to her?
She got a treasure a couple months ago, so she's really good.
Right, the treasure. Yeah. I remember seeing what this one looks the same, but it says treasure, and it's so much better. What's the deal there? Okay.
Oh.
And is that feasible for like a early-ish player to get, or are treasures for like late game?
You can get it, yeah.
Oh, okay. She's still on my wish list. I'd love to summon her. She's very, very attractive and looks, I don't know. From what I know of her personality, she's very appealing.
Okay, yeah, she is.
Oh, and I like Grimani as well. I summoned her, I think just by chance. She's cool. But apparently very mid.
Chapter 18. That's like, I don't know, 2 weeks. It's not that hard to get Chapter 18.
Oh, Chapter 18. Yeah, I'll have to improve my levels.
If you grind, it should not be hard.
I've been starting to work on grinding, so I might be able to do that. I should be able to within, at most like a few weeks a month, so that'd be fun. I'm on Chapter 9 right now.
Oh, come on.
So I made a lot of progress. I was stuck at like Chapter 2 for a long time, but then I was just like, okay, it's the summer. I can do a lot of playing games. So there you go. 7 chapters, just like that.
Guys, I need to level him up. He's so under-leveled because he has thousands of cases, but I haven't caught Ryan up yet, so I don't want to open them. But he should be 480, or at least 460. Let's see, 470 is more likely what he is.
Oh, wait a second. Doing the arena, you can level up someone else's team by doing it?
No. Leveling up makes it easier to win. He's under-leveled. That last fight,
no, right.
He was under-leveled by 40-something levels.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Oof.
He has 3,000 cases, and I know I can push further before opening them, so I don't want to open them. At the same time, we're just throwing these matches because we're so far behind in terms of levels.
I see. Oh, wait, you're on his account right now? You have access to his account? Oh, yeah, I see. That's why they're different. Yeah, oh, cool. I see.
It's pretty normal for unions to take care of each other's accounts and whatnot.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah.
Rollo quit. The fuck? That's 9 days.
Fallen Soldier.
What the hell? I know he had exam, but he couldn't even log in.
I hear that Crow is like made to be hated. Is that true?
Yes.
She apparently fucking sucks balls too in actual play.
Wasn't Rollins stream here earlier today? Yes. He was. That's why I'm like, how did it reach 9 days? This man is not dead. The shit is this? I'm gonna ask him about that later. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed.
Super casual union that I'm in, so if I get a lot better, I will join. Oh, you do? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I'll think about it.
We only have 32 spots, and just so you know, recruiting is really hard in this game, because top unions have people burn out all the time, and then people join in as a result. So it's always filling up. If you're smart about this, you develop people. So you don't pick up people who are high levels. You develop people to become high levels.
True enough. I see
that's the only way you can keep people. And that's how we ran this union. That's how, even though we weren't a launch union, I started this game 9 months in.
A little while after. Yeah, that's right. I remember it was not super new when you joined.
Yeah, so the only way for a union like ours to make it to this point is if we get people to buy in and grow together. Because if it's just a bunch of people joining this, they'll just join other unions, right? Like if that's what you want, just to hop unions, well, there's no way we can keep people like that. It doesn't work.
Right. Huh. Okay. Well, I'll have to get. All I have to do is search the union name, right? And that's it.
Yeah, just ask about it in Discord.
Oh yeah. I'll do that first. So people know what. Who is this random guy who's coming in? Yeah.
Why is this guy still streaming? I'm about to go to bed. I'm just getting this done.
But yeah, no, it feels good to be more invested in Nikki. I had that fun experience that I have never had in a Gacha game before.
Well, I'm glad you're just playing something other than Faye, so you know what it looks like.
Yes, I get perspective on it. Yeah, I was gonna say I've never had that experience in a Gacha game, but no, that's not entirely true. I had that in Genshin a little bit as well, where there's so much you can do. There's so much content, like you can just lose yourself for like a few hours at a time, in just like.
Yes, I'm glad you recognize that.
Stuff.
Faye is so hilariously bad at keeping people's attention because there's nothing to do.
Yes, it's all very sequential
and even when there's something to do, it's repetitive.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because we do the same shit all the time.
Yep. So
That's
with Nikkei, especially because the story content is all new to me, I'm like, ooh, this is fun.
Yeah, and also from the perspective of, I don't know, real events. You're gonna see a real event soon, by the way, with the Solar Blade crossover. That's how it's supposed to be.
Right. That should be fun, yeah. I haven't played Solar Blade, but...
Oh, 6 rocks with the shit, guys.
Oh. I don't know what those do, but they look important. I've been told not to upgrade my equipment until I get to level 9.
Wait, Freya, you thought I was a day 1 guy? Hell no. On day 1, again, I'm a veteran Gacha player. I play many Gacha games. On day 1, this game looked like shit. Come on. You saw the ads? None of that was like telling me this was a serious game. In fact, I came out of watching the first Nikkei ad, thinking to myself, I'd rather play their other game. At the time, that was Destiny Child. Because those ads actually caught my interest. I saw Rappy's ass and I knew how to play day 1. Dude, you don't even seem like a horny guy at all. In fact,
Rappy's cute. I mean, that's a new vibe. But I think her red-haired version there's something a little more enticing about her there, though.
I'm still not attracted to Rappy. I don't understand anyone. Girls like her. She has like no personality.
Well, yeah, she's kind of.
And you have to.
The thing.
Technically, she has a personality if you dig deep enough. But
it's not super developed. I think someone like Shamir does the whole like stoic girl archetype better. But I'm biased. So.
Sorry, yeah, kudereis are boring to me. It takes too long for it to go anywhere. And while
Shamir's also a kudere, but she likes to make random jokes at people, which is kind of funny.
Shamir has way more personality than Rappy. Come on.
Yeah, and she has like a soft side that shows up like fairly often. Like it's not a kudere usually has like they take a long time. But with Shamir, you can see it like fairly early. Like you don't have to do a whole lot with her to see. Like even her first support with you, she's very like polite and she's like very kind to you. She respects you. So it's, I don't know, I could go on and on about it.
Shit, guys, Karipo's going for finals again. Oh, I don't get to vote on him. Oh, time to look at this. Why are you... I'm going to bed, Eldritch! This guy's like Wario awake and then also tries to make me play a song. It's so funny.
Oh my god.
Remind me to play it tomorrow, I'm going to bed. Alright, thank you guys so much for being here and listening to the political rants. Hey, I know it's not for everyone,
Thanks.
but...
I contributed, I know. I wasn't the greatest in stopping them.
I'm not actually apologizing. I know it's not for everyone, but I think it's healthy to hear it, especially from the point of the center, which is, I'm not even condemning anyone. I get it. I fundamentally understand it. With that said, though, there's so much going on in the world. It's okay to feel the way you do. You're not supposed to be thinking, it's normal to think this is crazy. Because it is crazy.
That is true. Yeah, you don't need to be thinking, okay, everything's fine. Like, at some point you can just be like, hey, things are crazy. That's just how it is, you know?
It's perfectly fine to accept things as it is. In fact, it's worse to not accept things as it is.
Yep. Doesn't mean you can't do, get involved or do whatever you want to, but it's just, you still...
Just don't make a habit of lying to yourself is the point. Pretending everything's okay when it's not is crazy. It's better to learn to manage chaos than to pretend it's not there.
Very much agreed, yeah. In all aspects, but especially big things like politics. It's important.
Yeah. I don't think you can, like, stay sensitive to these things forever. If you put in the effort to learn and whatnot, it stops getting scary. Like, the first time you set something on fire, it's terrifying because you don't know what it leads to. But after your fifth larceny, after your fifth arson, it's fine.
Your fifth arson case, yeah, you didn't get caught, you're fine. The house wasn't going to survive anyway. Yeah. And it was fun, so...
Anyways, I'm gonna go race one,
guys.
I
thought you were gonna do a much gentler metaphor about like roasting marshmallows or something, but no, of course you went to that person.
I like extreme examples because people pay attention and you remember it because it was crazy.
Yeah, there's a point to that. I can't deny. Yeah, this is. I realized that in these Legion has his way of talking has. I realize in these late things when it's just me, I'm like, wait a second, I'm saying like exactly the same thing he would say. I've been spending too much fucking time with him. My God.
I know I know. You keep pretending you're dating this girl when clearly you were dating Legion. So I don't even know. And then you tell me, oh man, and you're still surprised things fell apart. I'm like, whatever you say, dude.
I never said I was surprised. I just said it was a shame.
Yeah, it's such a shame that you were already seeing someone and she doesn't want to like tell you that she knows. I get it.
yeah, that's clearly what it was.
Bomb, Legion, Vorsies, dude.
Morse, oh my God.
Some of you guys have been here for so many years. You just get it.
Yeah. Well, it is. I mean, part of it is just that it's easy to hang out with him in other places because he and his friend group in general are just remarkably well adjusted, and you don't always come across that.
Yeah.
So,
and since you don't have your own friend group, you're jacking his.
Well, yeah. I mean, part of that is God. My community college is in the middle of nowhere, and I'm not in university yet. That's gonna change.
100,000 excuses.
Hey, I'm starting next spring. I'm going to be actually at a dorm, so I can meet a lot of people. And I like meeting people. I am inherently a social person. Back when I was at a big high school, I met a lot of people and had a lot of people I enjoyed talking to. So.
Okay, I didn't announce this, but it is pinned. Tomorrow we have a sponsorship for yet another gacha game. We're playing Snowbreak. Yet another Gooner shooter.
I heard of that one. I was gonna say, yeah, there are a lot of those. Okay.
That is the most literally Nikkei adjacent thing ever. So I hope you guys drop on by tomorrow, and we will play Snowbreak, as well as do more camera reviews. But yeah.
Oh yep, I just looked at one picture of it, and I'm like, wow, this reminds me of Nikkei. Yeah.
Exactly.
Not that that's a bad thing, of course.
During my time living at the dorms, I talked to my roommate thrice. Are you sure you're German? I thought Germans love sharing everything.
I love going to the bar and partying with their raves and all that.
I thought you loved sharing bratwurst and other sausages.
Bratwurst, and we like the sausages. We like blood sausages.
Not BD2, Satch. What?
I have lots of goat meat, you see.
This guy quit Gacha games, by the way. Eldritch announced he's quitting on Friday. All Gacha games on Friday. It's something stupid like that.
Well, I'm curious how long that'll last.
Well, I'm curious too. Alright guys, love you guys. Thank you so much for being here and supporting me. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night.
Adios, thank you. I will see you in, like Legion a week from now or so, probably.
Alright. Let's play. Oh, I don't got a...
What's the raid message? Huh?
I don't got a raid message.
I don't know who you're raiding, so can't contribute to that.
Tomorrow is UR normal mode. We don't really care. We just auto that. Hard mode's when we care.
Oh, it's just the first day. Only oh, right, yeah, because the limited like passes, yeah.
Yeah, for us, day one don't matter because when you're top 100 union, you just auto that.
Oh yeah, well, of course, yeah. For me, it's like, gotta really work for it.
Yeah. All right, guys, here we go.
Good night, chat.
Good night. All right, I'm going to bed.
Yep. Adios.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for the raid. Oh, wait, I forgot to change. I forgot to change my category. I was on a short break. Thank you so much for the raid. From Nikkei to Infinity Nikki. What got wrong? Thanks for reminding me. How was the stream? Infinity Nikki. We are not playing Nikkei. I'm changing. Photo time. Hour 3. Oh yeah, I literally just changed out. I took a short break.